World Wide Web, the nonsensical and illogical comments of the underworld are hunted by the detectives of the Dusty Comments, email crime unit. These are their stories.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We're back. You saw the thumbnail. You saw the title. You know what we're about to do. It has been a busy day. It's been a whirlwind day. We started out this morning attempting to go over some of the pre-inauguration work and then to watch the inauguration and just kind of chop it up and hear your thoughts and opinions about it. But the Tube for You being itself took down the stream. I put the stream back up from another channel. They took it down again. And it was super frustrating. Oh, and also I was having some camera issues. That's nobody's fault. That's not even their fault, right? I'm going to blame it on them. No, I'm going to blame it on them too. So it had some camera issues that just weren't getting right. And then, so I'm getting these strikes from YouTube about streaming the thing. And I just got frustrated. I said, man, just forget it. I don't even care anymore. Because I wanted to do this with you all. I was trying to get a good, we had a good crowd in here and all that kind of good jazz. And it was really frustrating. So just said, forget it. So took the time, got the camera right, got side camera, I think is working right. We're going to pray. Let's see if the side camera's doing the thing right. So from there, and even had content creators that were actually getting strikes and not being able, basically being put in YouTube jail for a week. Let's see if this is working right. You working right over there? YouTube jail for a week, which is craziness just because they're streaming the inauguration. That's bananas. Never heard of that before. So again, just kind of super frustrating. It's showing facial recognition. What do you mean? Let me pull this back in because I think it's acting crazy still. And I shouldn't have even brought it up. I should have left it alone. That would have been the right thing to do. Mm-hmm. It's always something. Always something. Let's do this. Okay, so today has been a really back and forth, crazy kind of day. And it seems like just from the way the cards are being dealt to me today on my own stream, it looks like I might not have fixed my own problem. I tell you, that is it's telling me that the camera doesn't even work. I just literally had it. All right, let's see. Nope, it's not working. All right, so let's go ahead and look at the video that we had planned. Let's go ahead. So let me double check. Am I frozen on my own channel too? That's crazy. Okay. All right. You guys just probably not gonna see me today. You probably don't want to see me anyway. Let's go ahead. So let's jump to the MLK Day. Today is MLK Day, and let's look at some of the highlights from let's look at some of the highlights from the MLK. This is his daughter speaking. Shout out to Joy 105.com, which is an excellent channel, put out excellent content. And they put this clip up. So let's check it out. Let's go.
To those who would have us return to a past where injustice went unchallenged, we say we will not go back. We will not go back. We will not go back.
All right, she will not go back.
And not only that, we will not close our eyes. We will not be silent. In the spirit of love, in the spirit of determination, we declare that we will remain woke because too much is on the line. Our health care is on the line. The equitable education of our children is on the line. Our housing affordability is on the line. Our basic civil rights protections are on the line. Our economic safety net is on the line. DEI is on the line. The learning of our true history is on the line. Our voting rights are on the line. Freedom, justice, and democracy are on the line. And the survival of our humanity is on the line. So I say to you, let us stay woke. Let us stay engaged. Let us not falter. Let us not stop. Let us not give up nor give out. We may get bruised. We may even get scars. We may face setbacks. But remember, setbacks sometimes are setups. We may suffer disappointments. But in the words of Martin Luther King Jr., we must accept finite disappointment, but never, ever lose infinite hope. Let us remember the mission, that it transcends any one administration and any one generation. For as my mother said, struggle is a never-ending process. Freedom is never really won. You earn it and you win it in every generation. Let's rise to the challenge to win it in this generation. Let us use the soul force of love to defend freedom, justice, and democracy. Let us stand up with an unwavering faith. Let us embrace the spirit of nonviolence 365. And let us declare together, the mission is possible.
A brilliant strategist, a carrier of the flame for nonviolent change.
Who's that?
Some might call her the Woman King.
Hey, wild, man. We stay wild. We stay wild.
Now is our chance to hear a call to conscience, an encouragement for our souls. Following her call to commemoration, we will hear from the incomparable, legendary gospel artist, Vanessa Bell Armstrong. Won't you receive Reverend Dr. Bernice A. King?
God bless you. God bless you. Hallelujah. Let the redeemed of the Lord say so. Hallelujah. I want to take a moment of silence for Cornelius Taylor, who was tragically killed right across the street by a bulldozer driven by an Atlanta Department of Works employee while he was clearing an encampment of our unsheltered brothers and sisters. Can we take that moment now? Amen. Today marks 40 years since the inception of the national holiday, and this is only the third time it has coincided with the presidential inauguration.
Hey, I want to jump in here real quick. So, a lot of people make hay. A lot of hay is made about, I have no idea why that eye tracker is on there, by the way. I have no idea. A lot of people make hay that the quote unquote black church isn't doing enough to help in various situations and such like that. The reason I bring that up is because isn't that something that the King Center should be doing on their own? Why is the King Center not taking care? Why is there a homeless encampment, an unhoused encampment right across the street from the King Center, which is next door to Ebenezer Baptist Church, which is down the street around the corner from the King House Museum, whatnot? Why are they not doing that? Why are you looking to DC? Why are you looking to the Gold Dome of Georgia? Why are you not doing that right there? Like that, to me, that's a missed opportunity for you all to show and prove that this is what you're about. But I digress. Let's go.
However, this time it has become a major factor for so many people because of the notable contrast in the two men who are sharing the same space in today's news cycle and on today's Gregorian calendar. For some, today's inauguration represents the best of times, make America great again. And for others, it highlights the worst of times, set America back again. For some, today's King holiday represents a day to champion freedom, justice, and democracy For others, it's a day to decry DEI, disavow a legacy of peace, love, and justice, and distort the meaning of King's words. But regardless of how this day shows up for you, we must remember the mission and be in pursuit of it. Now, one of the most important words in the Holy Bible is remember. It is when the children...
Okay, so I got to stop for a second, and we will jump in and listen to. I got a few more of the highlights from the King celebration, but I want to give people time to jump in so we can look at the inauguration speech. I don't remember, and maybe I'm really tripping. I don't remember DEI being championed so hard in speeches and lectures before 2020. Now, I might be getting old, so I admit that I'm, not a spring chicken. I don't remember DEI being extolled like that in speeches and must be protected, and they're making it a virtue. They're putting it on the same level as any other virtue, which is pretty wild. But I just think that's interesting because she's going to mention it quite a bit here today. But let's go. All right, and I'm gonna be talking to Chad shortly, so hopefully he'll come through. But we will be talking with Chad for sure. All right, let's go.
The children of Israel forgot that they lost ground, were set back, and became subject to ruthless leaders. Instead of focusing on the land that God had promised them, the people were afraid and complained about the obstacles and the enemies. As a result, the very thing they feared came upon them, and that generation never reached the promised land. My father and those that aligned with his leadership were faced with impossible circumstances. They dealt with recalcitrant and defiant leaders. They lacked political representation. They didn't have laws or policies in place to buttress them. Yet they didn't recoil or retreat. In spite of Bull Connor and his dogs, water hoses, and billy clubs, in spite of Governor George Wallace, who said segregation today, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever, in spite of Sheriff Jim Clark, who used violence to beat back people seeking to register to vote, in spite of Southern Dixiecrats, who were determined to keep segregation legal by signing a Southern Manifesto, today's Project 2025. Despite all they faced, it was with the power of a soul force generated by love, a spiritual determination to stay focused on mission, and a belief that with God nothing is impossible, that they were able to destroy de jure by law segregation without destroying people. They were able to get the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act signed into law.
I think this is interesting. Shout out to, again, joy105.com, because I think the question right here should be definitely looked at. Do you as a Christian rather, support and understand the principles of the woke movement? And I think this is very interesting because as many people as in this room right here right now, if you ask them, what does it mean to be woke? Because Bernice King is going to say that we should stay woke, and the woke idea is something that they should embrace. I guarantee you everybody in this room would have a different definition of the word woke. And hey, I'm dear woke Christian, and I'm telling you right now, I know the definition changes whoever asked the question. Let's go.
They understood that the mission was greater than any political party or governor, mayor, police commissioner, congressperson, senator, or president. It was a mission ultimately commanded by God to do justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with our God. As this day...
Oh, did it cut off? Oh, that was the end of it. Okay. I didn't watch it yet, so I appreciate that. Okay. I think that's interesting approach to it. And we're going to bring in another one of the luminaries from the MLK Day celebration. I just want to get just a little flavor for it. Then we'll jump into the inauguration. But before we get too far afield, let me bring myself back in. I want to say thank y'all so much for rocking with me. Thank you everybody who tapped in earlier today, who tapped in now. I realized I had a couple of camera issues, and even now, I think there might be an issue right now, but we'll make our way through it. We're gonna make our way through it. So I want to say thank you to everybody who's already jumped in. Shout out to Mike over there at White Label Consulting. Yes, Mike, we are live. Thank you. Good to see you, Shara. Thank you so much. I appreciate you stopping through and rocking with us. I see you, Caustic Chameleon. Always good. Thank you very much for all of you all. And again, if their names are in the blue, if their names are in the bold blue, they are members of the channel. They have been supporting the channel in various ways and in forms like that. So I want to say thank you to them because they definitely helped me and helped this channel grow. So thank you all very much to the members, and thank you to the subscribers. We're trying to hit 50,000 subscribers by the end of April, or by the time that Tiffany Henyard gets kicked out of mayorship in Dalton. So help me hit that goal. Help me hit that goal. Hit the subscribe button. I appreciate y'all. What does Brooklyn say right here? Shout out to you, Brooklyn. It's not our fault or something that can be changed, like getting a sandwich from the drive-thru. It's the super PACs and corruption that's holding us back. Gotta do the go to the inauguration and count, and we'll see. We'll talk about it for sure. We're gonna talk about the inauguration. There's some good things there, and again, some things we need to talk about. All right, let's see what we got here. Lots of good conversation back and forth. Lady Deal's in the building. We're here. Lady Dial, please forgive me. Good to see you. Thank you so much. So, all right, there was another speaker at the MLK Day thing that I don't know why this guy, I don't know why people platform this fellow. I mean, he is such a, oh my gosh, he is such a not a good person. But he is actually going to talk about something that I can't imagine anybody seriously talking about on Inauguration Day or even an MLK. He's going to talk about, you know what? Let me let him just tease it out.
Address the issues of our time. Here we are talking about saving TikTok, and we haven't saved 140 million poor folk in this country yet.
How TikTok catches strays, man? How TikTok catches strays? How is this a thing?
Did you know that poverty now, that it's 140 million, 43% of the nation, 51% of our children, 60% of black folk are poor and low wealth. That's 26 million people. 30% of white people are poor and low wealth. That's 66 million people. And the truth of the matter is, when it comes to poverty, if you can't pay your light bill, we all black in the dark. And if your children don't have anything to eat, they don't growl white. Their stomachs don't growl black. They growl hungry. Beckoning the tired and the huddled masses who are longing to be free, but at the same time, people who say they love freedom are talking about mass deportation. And the truth is, the rules that they're talking about using, if they were used 100 years ago, their own grandmamas couldn't have got in the country.
Okay, so real quick, it's got to be the high watermark of irony that he just talked about poverty in his country, and I'm assuming he's talking about Americans, American-born persons, right? But he's talking about poverty in his country, but on the same note, he's saying bring more people into the country. He's upset about mass deportation that would at least release more resources to help the impoverished people that he cares so much about. I don't know. He's at the MLK here in Atlanta, the MLK Center. They had a program today for MLK Day.
On the one hand, every public official, particularly in the Congress, swears to uphold the Constitution, put their hand on the Bible and swear to establish justice and promote the general welfare. But after they swear, they pass laws that prey, P-R-E-Y, on the very people who need justice the most. And when you look at the disparate impact of those policies, you wonder if they know what's in the Constitution or what's in the Bible. They use either trickle-down economics or neoliberalism. Both of them, as Pope Francis has said, create a kind of magical evil.
I just find it funny, and I'm not going to stop all night because I do want to hear from you all. So I do want to give y'all an opportunity to tap in. So you can definitely drop your cue for a question and then ask a question. I'll try to answer them this evening as we get in. Let me just finish that up. The craziness of this alleged pastor speaking, his name is Dr. Barber is his name. This pastor speaking on things that any non-believer would be speaking about. You could get Bill Gates or Oprah or Ellen or Whoopi Goldberg or fill in the blanks. Run-of-the-mill, unregenerate, unbeliever would be talking about these topics. Where is the gospel, Reverend Barber? Where is it? Where is the gospel? What is the gospel as it pertains to this conversation that we're having today? I would love to hear what it actually is and what's your understanding of it, because I don't know if you actually do. But let's finish this up. And if you have a question, drop a Q in the chat. We will be looking at the inauguration speech as well in a moment.
That does not address the issues of our time. Here we are talking about saving TikTok, and we haven't saved 140 million poor folk in this country yet.
Man, TikTok catches strays, man. TikTok getting the strays, man. Come on. Don't you know people got to, where are we going to learn our dances from? Come on, man. Where are we going to learn how to do the dances if we ain't got TikTok? Come on, my guy. Come on.
Did you know that poverty now, that it's 140 million, 43% of the nation, 51% of our children, 60% of black folk are poor and low wealth. That's 26 million people. 30% of white people are poor and low wealth. That's 66 million people. And the truth of the matter is, when it comes to poverty, if you can't pay your light bill, we all black in the dark. And if your children don't have anything to eat, they don't growl white. Their stomachs don't growl black. They growl hungry. To be at ease in Zion, we must go forward together, black and white and brown and Asian and native and young and old and north and south and east and west and gay and straight. We are America, and we must declare we ain't going nowhere but forward.
He just says some stuff sometimes. I don't even think he thinks about it.
We come from a tradition. In 1854, when the Supreme Court ruled that a black man had no right, or black people had no right that white people had to respect, Frederick Douglass said, perhaps this decision, as monstrous as it is a necessary link in the chain of events to the whole downfall of slavery. Therefore, let it embolden and intensify our agitation. Somebody asked Harriet Tubman, what do you think about the decision of the Supreme Court? She said, is God dead? When women didn't have a voice, black and white women joined together, and they stayed in the struggle. They didn't turn around. When black and white coal miners in Appalachia faced the vicious and violent corporate bosses who hired planes to drop bombs on them from the sky in 1920, they didn't turn around, but they declared with Mother Jones that they would fight until hell freezes over and then fight on the ice. When greedy robber barons tried to work children until their fingers were mangled by machines, the social gospel movement didn't turn back. Walter Rauschenbusch, who actually helped inform Dr. King, they asked, which side are you on? And they joined with a crippled president named Roosevelt and walked this nation out of depression. And he said, the only thing you got to fear is fear itself. And they didn't turn back. when lynching and segregation looked like it had made white supremacy a national doctrine, white and black and Jewish people built civil rights organizations. They raised up Charles Hamilton Houston and Ella Baker and Pauli Murray and Thurgood Marshall and so many others to shake the foundations. When racists shot and mutilated Emmett Till, Rosa Parks didn't turn back. She went to Highland and learned how to engage in nonviolent action, came back to Montgomery and sat down that a movement might stand up. When Democrats, Dixiecrats, and moderate Republicans were slow and racist Dixiecrats were extreme, Bayard Rustin and Philip Randolph and others with Dr. King called the people to go forward together at the March on Washington. They won the Civil Rights Act. When the country refused to honor the 15th Amendment, black people and white people and Jewish and Catholic and Orthodox and Protestant and Muslim and young and old, they faced off Jim Clark and Selma. They refused to turn around. And when they got to Montgomery, Dr. King stood at the steps of the Alabama State House and turned it into a pulpit. He said, ain't gonna let nobody turn us around. And he turned, he said, his truth, God's truth is marching on. And then he said these words. He says, understand that the greatest fear of a racist oligarchy in this country has always been for the masses of Negroes and the masses of white people that are poor to come together and form a new voting bloc that can fundamentally shift the economic architect of this nation. This is not the time for us to turn around now. We must refuse. We must refuse. Tell your neighbor, we must refuse. We must refuse. We must finish the work. We must finish building out a poor people's campaign. And we must refuse. We cannot turn back now. We are not of those who shrink back unto destruction, but we are those who persevere.
I think that I'm just going to stop there. I just wanted to give y'all a little flavor of some of the speeches, the lectures, whatever that were shared at the MLK Day commemoration. I have a lot of pushback questions, ideas, and thoughts pertaining to what Barber said there, because he's been around forever and a Tuesday. I really am surprised. Every time I see him, I'm like, wow, he's still kicking. Because he's definitely a man that's been around a while. But his thoughts and his ideas are nowhere found in scripture, which I think is very telling. And I'm going to point that out the next time we talk about Barber or the next time we talk about Cheyenne Bryant. And let me know in the chat if y'all enjoyed that video on Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. I will gladly do that. I have another video I want to go over, and I'm just going to do a blind reaction. So I would love to hear what y'all thought about it. I would love to hear what y'all thought about it. But yeah, let me know, because I'll do more about that. And the reason I want to bring that up is because I want to point out how easy it is to take just an idea and couch it in a language that makes it sound like, man, that's a good thing. I'm not saying that we should not care about poor people. So don't hear what I did not say. I'm not saying that we should, don't care about that. Nobody cares about that. Nobody's saying that. Nobody in their right mind is saying that. What we are saying, however, is it is not the duty and responsibility of government to do that. It is a duty and responsibility of the people, the society, to help and support persons who are poor, because we are much more prone and much more hands-on that we can help them move forward and get out of that situation of being impoverished. Not saying they will do away with all poverty, but see, what people do, like this guy Barber, is very easy to say, hey, we need to look down there at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. They're the ones that need to resolve the poverty issue. I don't have to do anything, and I can just keep doing whatever I'm doing. But see, if we change that from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue to, let's just say, your church. Let's say your church took a much more hands-on approach to dealing with the persons in poverty and mental illness and such of that nature in your community, and work with other churches to resolve that issue. Tell me that would not be much, you would not have a much more, for lack of a better term, skin in the game as it relates to resolving the problem. But see, we're not trying to solve the problem. We're just talking about a problem. That's why that man sat there and talked about all this stuff in history and antiquity. You're like, well, what does that got to do with today? None of those things are happening today. And if you want me to be upset and to do all these internal consternation backflips about somebody who passed away today, can we do the same thing about what's going on at Planned Parenthood? Because if you're not going to do that at Planned Parenthood, which more brown people are perishing there than anywhere else, then don't bother me about these other little ancillary stories. Dr. Barber, that's my point. You're not trying to solve problems. You're just live action role playing. You just want to put on a show, put on a circus, put on a cadre, put on a cabaret, and let people just see and watch and enjoy and clap and make clapping noises. And Jason, you're just being a little bit harsh. Jason, you're just being too mean. Okay, not a problem. Let me bring in Jamal Bryant and let me let him prove my point. Jamal Bryant, step up here to the front of the congregation. Let's hear what you got to say.
Don't you watch that inauguration. You better watch the rerun of anything. Go watch Sanford and Son. Go watch Martin. Go watch this service all over again. Delete Snoop Dogg out of your discography. No Band-Aids under your eye. Delete Nelly. Delete Rick Ross. All right. Tomorrow, Bishop Jakes will be at the Atlanta Civic Center from 9 to 12. They're having mega feast, giving out 2,500 boxes of food to people in Atlanta who are dealing with food insecurity. If you know anybody who is in need of support and sustenance, ask that you will direct them to the Atlantic Civic Center tomorrow from 9 to 12. You don't have to register. All you got to do is just pull up, and they want to be a blessing, especially want you to be encouraged to go while our King's Table is on sabbatical until February. So those of you who have family or friends who need to be pointed in that direction, ask that you will please send them to the Civic Center between 9 and 12. Thank y'all visitors for hanging out with us. New Bedford, y'all glad they came? Okay, me and First Lady are going to take you out. We want to talk to you for just a moment and get to know who you are and see how brilliant you are that you decide to visit the best church in Georgia. Amen. We just got to know who these geniuses are. Everybody else, would you please stand? Everybody else, would you please stand? Today was scheduled to be the installation of our new CEO, Sister Lorraine Cochran Johnson. She's a little bit under the weather. We're going to reschedule that installation as she moves into that position. We'll let you know what that makeup date is. Those of you who are first-time visitors, come on. Thank you. Those who are first-time visitors, if you'll follow. Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, y'all, come on. Thank you.
What are you doing?
Everybody repeat after me. Walk with God, and he'll walk with me. Talk with God, and he'll talk with me. Listen to God, and he listened to me. Build for God, and he'll build for me. Love God, because he first loved me. Lift that hand as high as you possibly can. I'm telling you, you're going to make it to the top. Y'all don't believe that? I said, you're going to make it to the top. Let me say it to another way. Your whole family is going to make it to the top. And you ain't going to lose nothing behind. Now unto him who's absolutely able to do anything but fail. May God make you sleepless until you help somebody. May God make you restless until you help yourself. May God irritate you until you have enough sense to worship him. And may God bless you until you have to give stuff away. Henceforth, now and forevermore. And the blessed people of God said, amen. Tomorrow, don't you watch that inauguration. You better watch the rerun of anything. Go watch Sanford and Son. Go watch Martin. Go watch this service all over again. Delete Snoop Dogg out of your discography. No Band-Aids under your eye. Delete Nelly.
Wow.
Delete Rick Ross. All right, I'm gone. Love y'all. Have a wonderful week, and let our visitors come.
Wow. Jamal Bryant, man, he always going to Jamal. Jamal Bryant is always going to Jamal. He's just going to embarrass himself. Like, you can't, again, like the idea and the notion that because entertainers have decided that they support 47, Donald Trump, the newly inaugurated president, well, because of that, you got to delete their content and so on and so forth. But when we say we were going to delete content that supported Kamala, he was all in his feelings. I mean, good night, man. I don't think he realizes how insane he sounds. I'm pretty confident he doesn't realize just how wild he sounds, because his audience, his congregation is not going to say anything. I mean, they're there. You saw those people there. There are quite a few people there, and there's no shortage of people there. And he's just going to be able to keep doing that because they don't know their left hand from the right hand. They don't know up from down, and they're going to just keep supporting that clown. And so therefore, they're going to just keep supporting Jamal. So that's how they got here. But unlike Jamal, I'm willing to talk about the inauguration, and I want to bring in Donald Trump's actual speech, and we're going to listen to it. I'm going to give y'all a chance to hear it, and then y'all can go ahead and give your opinions in the chat, of course, keeping them as respectful as possible. If you like them, if you don't, it's all good. I want to hear what y'all think. Let's go.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly.
Shout out.
And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. Wow. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly.
Okay. All right.
My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over.
Oh, okay.
Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again.
Okay. All right, let's hear this.
Thank you.
You need your coffee. Okay.
Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states. And the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true.
I got to take a note on that.
Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God.
Wow.
Can't do that.
Okay.
Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders.
Wow. Here
With
we go.
these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all
Here we
about
go.
common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
Oh, my. Okay. Wow.
All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
Wow. Okay, I hear you.
and by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will
let's hear it.
Drill, baby, drill.
There we go. I need that. Let's go. Where's that been? Okay.
America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth.
Let's see it.
We
Come on.
are going to use it. Let me use it.
Okay, I hear you. Let's hear it. Let's go.
We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world.
We don't export nothing. We need to keep it right here.
We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers.
Okay. All right. Let's see it.
In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens.
Okay, I got to see how that works and plays out.
For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency.
Okay. I don't like new departments, but I got you.
After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America.
Okay, I need to know what that looks like. What does that look like? Biden and Kamala are stiff as boards, boy. They are not moving.
Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. Something I know something about.
Ooh, shots
We will
fired.
not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law.
Okay.
And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect
Let's
of public
go.
and private life.
Let's go.
We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based.
Okay. Uh-oh. People don't like merit. Let's see how it goes.
As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders,
Come
male
on.
and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for
Come
objecting
on.
to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay.
I might have got kicked out the Army. I got kicked out the Army. Okay. I like that one.
And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately.
That's what my back paid.
Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into.
Come on. Okay. All right, 47. Let's see what you got, brother. Let's see what you got.
My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families.
Wow. Even Kamala got a clap on that. Even Joe. Wait. They standing up for it. Oh man, it's a cold day. It's a cold day.
Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name
I hope that's a joke. I'm
of
sorry.
a
I
great
think that's a joke.
president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs.
Yes.
President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
Okay.
Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars.
I really don't care about that, but I mean, I like the tenacity of it.
Ambition is the lifeblood of a great...
Uh-oh. What happened?
Ambition is the lifeblood of a great...
Some reason or other, it keeps freezing right there. Let's take a second. I want to know what y'all think about that real quick. I'm gonna finish up because it was getting pretty good. I'm gonna real quick
The
drop.
spirit of the frontier is written into
No,
our
it's
hearts.
no, it's back.
The call of the next great adventure
There we go.
resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken.
Okay.
I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We're going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I cut after this. Look at my camera. All right. Let me know what you think. I dropped the link right here. I'd love for you to pop in real quick. Give me your overall thoughts. I do ask that you have your camera on, even though my camera's acting crazy. I ask that you stay on topic and that we don't use any profanity. But I'd love for you to hop on. And you know what? I might even be gracious. You don't have to use a camera if you don't have a camera or whatnot like that. But I'd like to hear what are your thoughts, your overall impressions of the first speech from Donald Trump as now the 47th president, Donald Trump. I want to hear what your thoughts on it. I had some feelings about it. I think it's definitely, I want to hear, let's see. He sounded a little under the weather today. That benediction by Pastor Sewell was amazing. I think he sounded more measured. I'll be honest with you, Williams. I agree. He did sound a little bit more chill, a little bit more relaxed. But to me, I think he was being less bombastic as he's been in the past. We've seen him at the campaign on stumps. We've seen him in the first presidency. We saw him in that first campaign run. He can be bombastic. To me, I think he kind of tampered that down to be a little bit more focused, in my opinion. But what do y'all think? Let's see right here. Oh, no, my pleasure. Thank you so much, Lady Dial. Thank y'all for supporting the channel and for tapping in with me. I appreciate y'all. Hopefully that was something that was useful to you. Now we can go. I do have some interesting ones that we can he was very chill, very laid back, if you will, even kind of leaning on the podium, if you notice that. I don't think it was I do want to hear what y'all thought before I give my little 2 cent. Like, no, I get my cares what my 2 cent are. But I do want to hear what y'all thought about it. Let's see what Mandy got to say. What you got? What's happening, homie? Grace and peace.
I've been under the weather, so forget the way
Okay.
I sound. But I think that he told it like it was, though, right in front of the people that went against him politically.
Yeah.
And the moves by Biden there at the last minute were harsh,
Mhm.
were petty.
Yeah. You talking about the pardons?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, those are terrible. Those are terrible. But we're gonna talk about those pardons. I got some pardons.
Sorry about that. Okay. But he the Mars thing I could do without. That's just I am king of everything. I'm going to take over everything.
Right.
That's just a bit much. And changing the name of
What is Mount McKinley name now? I got
Mount Rushmore. He's talking about Mount Rushmore.
wait.
That man is talking about Mount Rushmore.
Wait, are you for real?
I'm-
Okay. So Mount
What?
McKinley is wait, why is he changing the name? What? Let me I'll let you go ahead. Let me finish up. Go ahead.
You
Go ahead and
believe
finish
that?
up.
Yeah, he's talking about Mount Rushmore. He wants to change it to Mount McKinley because he thinks McKinley was a great president and he wants to put his face up there.
Oh, I want to put
He was
really?
talking about Denali.
Yeah, okay.
No, Mount Denali. Oh, I'm wrong. I'm so sorry.
No, Mount McKinley was changed to Denali. Yeah, so he wants to change it back from Denali to Mount
Oh, I
McKinley.
don't care about that then.
Yeah, I'm not
But
worried about that.
the Gulf of America thing's stupid. Like, why? Just leave it alone. Just leave well enough
It's
alone.
dumb. It's dumb.
Just
Okay.
leave well enough alone. But
I hate to say it, but I feel like let's say, for example, you have to make 15 proposals in the first that you're going to do in the first 90 days. If you become president, we make Miss Mandy president, you have 15 things that you have to put on the list that you got to speak. And I feel like he was like brainstorming, like, okay, what we're gonna do, hey, we'll take over Mars. Yeah, Mount McKinley, we'll add that too. And
Mars.
Gulf of America, we're gonna put it down there. To me, I think it just seemed like just throw out things. There were some things on there that I feel like were very tangible, very needful, very the state of emergency at the border. That was he could have just stopped right there.
Yeah, that was
But
great.
I think some of the other ones, going to Mars, I'm gonna leave going to Mars because I have a reason why I think they're doing that. I'll come back to that in a second.
Yeah, I'm sure it's
But
got everything to do with Elon.
well, it's got a lot to do with Elon for sure. But we'll explain why I think going to Mars and to the moon is why they're pushing it so much. But let's talk about the Gulf of America. Shut up. I don't know about that Panama Canal thing, but hey, if it's doable without a fight, then go ahead and do it.
Yeah, I
But
agree. I mean, that would be a great thing, but
he slid in a lot of other things that a lot of people want. Like again, two genders. Like we're entering to a place where we're now confusing our children when we say that some of the stuff that we've been saying for the last 3-4 years. We're confusing kids now, and they're now becoming these not well-adjusted individuals because we're confusing them with something simple like
Correct.
there's a boy and there's a girl. So I do think that's very needful. Now we're gonna see how in practice is put out, but the telling the those in the military that were discharged that they are welcome back with back pay. Look,
Yeah.
I'm about to be G.I. Joe. I'm about to be right back up in there. I'm back. I'm back
yeah,
in the
Jason.
military. I'm back.
Yeah.
No. But
Yeah,
if you have an opinion, by the way, if you have an opinion about the President Trump's speech and you would like to add your 2 cents to the dialogue, please feel free to. The link is right there in the chat. Please
I'm
make sure
sorry, I
that
was
you're.
wrong about the name of the mountain.
Yeah.
They corrected
look,
me.
Look, we
They
are
fact checking
learning
me.
this. We are learning as we go. No, and hear me. I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm just saying I wouldn't put the Panama Canal on my immediate list of needful things, especially if we're focusing on manufacturing here in the United States. A lot of the stuff that's coming from China is because we don't manufacture in the United States. So if that were to change and improve, I don't think the Panama Canal would be as important. But I'm not saying it's nowhere. I'm not saying it's a nothing burger. I think Gulf of America is a nothing burger, in my
I
opinion.
want to ask. Oh, I'm sorry. I want to ask your opinion on something since you work in the education field. He's talking about um, squashing the education funding or something like that.
Okay, if I'm understanding it correctly,
Mhm,
federal funding for most of your schools run in a deficit. Most of your
mhm,
schools are not sustainable. You know, Butterfly Elementary School down the street from you is not a sustainable business model.
right.
They need the property tax from your house, but they also need the federal government to fund them. So a lot of the time, the federal government funds them, like their lunch programs and all these kind of things like that, based upon, for lack of a better term, if you teach what we want you to teach, then we'll pay you accordingly. Okay. So some of these things have been put in the last 4 years are tied to funding. And at the end of the day, when the smoke clears, a lot of you all probably, if you could, you would be more engaged in your local school if you knew that you had a say in whether or not that school is successful, AKA you had a monetary investment that directly tied to your little Johnny, little Sally getting an education. So if you said, hey, little Butterfly Elementary School is not doing that well, I'm gonna take my little Johnny, little Sally and go over here to Caterpillar Elementary School. And the monies that, because a lot of the time we're talking about here in the Metro Atlanta area, it's about $9,000 to $15,000 per child. So that's
Wow.
about how much is spent on a child's education. And there's districts that pay far more than that, and there's some that pay far less. But let's just say, for laughs and giggles, that little Johnny, little Sally in the Metro Atlanta area, that child represents $15,000. So there's a high incentive to get as
Yeah.
many kids in as possible. And the government says that you must teach that every child must wear a black baseball cap and a maroon hoodie. Guess what your child's uniform is going to look like? A
Yeah.
black baseball cap and a maroon hoodie. So, but do you really want the federal government imposing educational standards on your school? Because again, maybe they're talking about something that is not germane to your community, something crazy that's not germane to your community, or maybe doesn't represent the overall belief system of your community. If you're in let's go with the Amish community, or if you're a Muslim community, or of course a Christian community like myself, I don't want you teaching things at the elementary school that don't represent what I want my
Right.
child to believe and understand. Now, if they want to believe and understand it when they become 18, then it is what it is. But
I
at
agree.
8, maybe we need to not teach them that there's 95 genders. So what he's proposing is removing that standard of the federal educate. Now, people are in their feelings about it, and that's okay. Get in your feelings. Get in touch with your feelings and get over it. Because a lot of the things that we are doing, and you know it's true, a lot of things we're doing are
Mm,
detrimental and are having real world consequences to little people.
they are. Yeah.
So that's in a very broad, not really having the time to noodle it out. That's what he's talking about. But I mean, there could be a lot of different ways to approach that. I just think school voucher system would really change it. If you made everybody competitive, imagine if you had $15,000 to send your little Johnny or little Sally to a school, and you knew that you had the buying power of that when you brought your child to the school. So they're vying for your attention. They're working for your attention and to such of that nature, versus school that says, hey, we know we're going to get $15,000 no matter what, whether we do a good job, a poor job, or indifferent. We know that we can get that 15,000. But if they say, whoa, Miss Mandy, Mr. Dear World Christian, they can take their 15,000 and go somewhere else, and we'll lose that money. Then things get spicy.
Yeah.
Then education will be, I mean, that's called just competition. So ask Ford how that's working for them. Ask Elon how that's working for him with the Cybertruck, and it's such of that nature. Competition breeds progress. That's all they're saying.
Okay.
Okay. Whew.
So you definitely agree with that then?
I'm open to vouchers. I think people, you as a parent, as I call you all the first teacher. The first teacher has much more understanding of little Johnny, little
Oh,
Sally
yeah.
than I do, meeting them 6 years after they've been born. Yeah, I mean, you've done all of this stuff. You care about them night and day more than I do. I don't care. I would have taken a bullet for any child in my class,
Yeah.
and my wife would. But you would do that. You would have done that 20 times over. So I'm not trying to pretend like I care more for your kid than you do. By no means. So I think you should have more say so in what you're. And again, I'm sure any parent in the chat, if you go to your child's
Makes
school
sense.
and you engage with your child's teacher, second teacher, and engage with them, I bet you'll realize that, man, this woman, this man are overworked. This woman, this man are working hard to teach my child. Boy, if they had more incentive to push, they would do just that much more. So,
My best friend is an elementary school teacher, and she puts out of her pocket a lot for school supplies and funding and paper, simple things like paper. She puts out of her pocket, and I'm telling you, she doesn't make that much.
no. And so those kind of things like that. So there would be, and I'm going to say this again, and in closing on this topic, but hey, we can have a whole conversation about it. Large government entities, I'm sorry, are wasteful. They're just
Oh, yeah.
wasteful. The amount of money that's wasted in your school district. And again, you could be in a small district with 11 schools, one high school, one middle school, and a whole bunch of elementary schools. They waste so much money. Now, go to a school district like Atlanta, Fulton County, APS, one of those ones, those large ones in Texas that y'all got, and such like that, Chicago. They waste money by mistake. They lose millions of dollars. Like, I don't know where it went. I don't know. Do you know? I don't know. It's wasteful. Those kind of things right there should cause parents to be outraged. Nothing more, nothing less. Just the fact that the school district is too big. I mean, look at how many schools are in the Chicago school district, Philadelphia school district. You will be amazed. You can't tell me that they're efficient. You can't. It's just not possible. So therefore, they waste a ton of money. And that money is money that you could have been using to train your child. You could have been going to math tutoring. You could have done other things like that, and so forth and so on, so on. But no, you're sending it through your property taxes and various tax means. You're sending it to this behemoth over here that's just losing it. And there's no incentive to do better or do more.
Okay. Well,
All right. Let's see.
thank you.
Hey, no problem, friend. Thank you for stopping through.
Bye.
All right, let's see what we got. We got Lady VJ in the building. How are you? Grace and peace,
Hey,
friend.
I'm good. I'm Williams. I'm Bernice Williams.
Hey there, friend. How are you? You sound fantastic. All
Hey,
right.
thanks.
All
I'm in
right.
my
Tell me about
car
it.
driving. I'm so glad you I'm so glad that you did the let us come up this time. That
Yeah.
earlier I was on with watching the Bryant review or
hmm
whatever.
Oh man.
I was hoping that you would do it then.
We can
But
go now. Look,
anyway.
we can go back. We can do this all night long. We will absolutely go back because that thing right there it's got me
Oh
calling people. That's
man.
how bad it is, Williams. It's got me calling people. I'm like, am I out of control? Am I missing something? Okay, so I don't
No,
want to digress.
no. Yes. But yeah, so glad to be here. I'm a big fan.
Well, thank you.
So it's nice to talk to you finally.
Nice to talk to you as well. What you think about Trump's
Um,
speech, or do you want to talk about it?
so yeah, you pretty much when I said he sounded a little he sounded a little under the weather. I was on the phone with my husband for a little while during the speech, and I'm like, he just sound like I don't know if he took some medicine or he sounded really really chill.
He needs some of this angry
Um,
coffee I got. That's what he needed.
Yeah, I was like, that's not. I'm not sure what he's on today. Today he was a little different, and I don't know why, but I mean, it was okay. It was okay. Some of the
Mhm.
stuff. I'm not really a Trump supporter, but
Okay.
some of this stuff was good. But
Do you,
I really
was there,
hope I hope
no,
I
go
was
ahead. Go
gonna
ahead. I'm
say I
sorry.
hope that I hope he was really being sarcastic with that name change stuff. So I was
I
like, okay,
100% with you. 100% with you. I am right
yeah.
there along with you. What'd you think about, like, for example, the state of emergency at the border? Do you feel like that's a viable thought? Do you think that's a good idea? What are you thinking?
Um,
It's okay. You
I don't
gonna still be
know.
my friend. You gonna still be my friend either
I
way.
don't. I don't know. I don't know if it's a good idea. I really don't know. I'm kind of in between when it comes to that.
Okay.
I think I'm on the fence on the whole border situation.
You're not on the border though. There you go. I got you.
Yeah, right.
Right. You won't be on the border. Now, if you're on the border, you might have a whole different opinion. Okay, no problem. Um, and I truly do have an opinion about it. I live in Georgia, but I'm not affected by it like if I lived in Arizona or California or I was about to say Chicago or Texas. So I understand that they definitely have a different appreciation for it for sure.
Yeah,
But I
right.
can see what the consternation is for those persons that do live in that area, and I can totally get it. Um, what did you think about, like, for example, working, like, for example, Drill Baby Drill made an appearance, like us being energy independent again. How'd you feel about that?
Um, I thought it was cool.
Okay.
I just don't know. I don't know. I think that's cool.
Mhm.
All of this. I think everything. A lot of stuff sounds good.
It does.
I'm more of an action person. I can't just get with words. I have to see results.
Okay.
So, a lot of things sound good, but I need to see some action. So,
Maybe
I'm just interested in seeing how all of this is gonna go forward.
no problem. Okay, let me play a game then. Where do you live or what state? If you don't want to, I don't want to know exactly.
I'm all the way in down home. I'm next door to you, Birmingham,
Really?
Alabama.
Oh,
Yeah.
then there we go. Okay. Okay. Perfect. So let's just say, let's play a game. We'll say 10 days in the future. So we're looking at the 30th of January. He has
Hmm.
signed various and sundry executive orders except the renaming foolishness. But let's say that he's moved on quite a few things. And you hear that there are some large scale removal of persons that are not supposed to be here and such like that. And you notice that because of the Department of Governmental Efficiency has really started cracking down, that your state and your local entities are starting to budget differently, and they're talking about budgeting different because you do go to your city council meetings and such like that. You hear them talking about maybe cutting back on services that were feeding and encouraging that bad behavior, people coming in. How do you feel now? If you notice that things are starting, there is starting to be the ship is starting to turn.
Um, I don't know. I
Okay.
don't know. I don't have right now. I'm just kind of numb.
Okay.
Y- I'm just. I don't. I don't. I don't have any feelings right now. I'm just want to see.
I got you.
I'm one of those. I just want to
T-
see what's what.
I got
And how what's happening. I'm trying to keep up.
you. Hmm.
I'm not. Uh, I'm not into politics heavy like that. But I try to keep up with just enough to stay up. Um, but I don't know. I
Is
think
there
I'm kind of
anything that
just numb.
no problem? Is there anything that you say, Jason, if I see this,
Hmm.
and I'll be like, you don't got to go get a Trump tattoo or anything of that nature, but you're like, yo, I think he might have really hit the nail on the head or hit the ball out the park if I see this. Is there is there a this for you that you'd be like, yeah, this would be the one that really nothing? Okay. Okay. No problem.
No, I mean not right now. It could go in that direction.
Okay.
It may. I gotta see. I
I,
just had to see because I'm just like I said, I don't like, you know, the politics. I don't,
mhm.
I'm not into all of that like that. I do try to keep up with it, but I had to see how you're gonna move. And my opinion might change,
All right. No,
you
I
know.
got you. No,
My
I got you.
viewpoints might change, but you know, that's
No, that's
that's
super dope.
that.
I appreciate it. I think that's
Mhm.
a fair approach. And I think that's a measured approach. You're not out here, dancing in the street. You're not out here pulling your hair out and screaming at the sky. So we're going to just keep it
No,
measured. And that's
absolutely
fair.
not.
I don't think
Mhm.
that and I think most people are kind of measured, even myself. I would love that some of these things would get implemented. I do want to see some of the executive orders that he signed today. But
Yeah,
when the smoke clears, if I if I wake up tomorrow and gas prices are the same, I'm like, okay, whatever. If I wake up next week and gas prices are starting to change, then you might be. I think that ship is starting to turn. And if we wake up, in April when I hit 50,000 subscribers and gas prices are demonstratively different, I think then you've actually came through on your promise. Now, I don't expect it to be tonight to change, but I do think
right.
that if you're making changes and people can see, like, oh, because like I tell people all the time, I think gas prices will make a lot of those other things that we see and the things that we have a problem with really will start to ease them up because everybody's
Mhm.
paying for gas in some way, shape, or
Right,
form. Even if you don't
right.
got a car, you're still paying for gas. So I
Exactly.
think that would be beneficial. But I'm willing to give him, hey, he's the president. So, at the current time,
Exactly.
God sees fit to him to be president. So therefore, we're going to see what happens and how it shakes out in the next 4 years.
That's right. That's it. That's it.
So
That's all.
all right. Well, you
But
enjoy.
thank
Thank you
you.
so much. You're more than welcome. Whenever I drop the link again, you're welcome to jump on in, Williams.
All right. Have a good
All right.
night.
You too. Take care, friend.
All right.
Good night. That was cool. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. And if you haven't a thought about President Trump's inauguration speech and you want to share, feel free to jump in. All I ask, as always, is that you stay on topic. We don't use any profanity. And I'm going to be gracious. If you want to leave your camera on, you can. But if not, if I'm catching you a little with your bonnet on, it's okay. You can leave your camera off. It's okay. Um, but yeah, I thought that was good. I thought it was good. I thought it was a lot of good points made. I think some of them, again, I'm with y'all. Some of those things you're just throwing those away, Trump. You just had something. You had to tick 3 more boxes on your card. So I don't think all of them were special. Okay, now what am I missing? Okay, ladies, I live in South Texas, and why do y'all have an issue with what he said? Oh, I don't. I don't. I think no, I don't. On the contrary, I do believe I do believe it is a border. It is an emergency. I believe it is an emergency. Um, I'm just listening to people who share. Let's see what Lady Dow says. I have to live with this mess. I'm excited to hear he's sending military troops to our border. I think I'm trying to figure out why it hadn't happened already. I don't know why. I'm trying to figure out why was this if we were rolling up into Canada like this, there would be the Mounties would be getting us. Like, why is this not a thing? So I have wait, let me double check. I think I have the speech to the let me double check. Yeah, I have it, Cost a Chameleon, but it's like an hour long. I was like, man, his inauguration speech was shorter. I do have it though, but it was just long. Is it Shara up in the building? Is that Shara? What's happening, friend? How are you?
Hey, you said I could leave the camera off because otherwise I wouldn't be on here.
It's all good. How are you doing? How's it going?
Good.
All right, give it to me. What'd you think?
As far as renaming things go, from what I have heard, they want to rename the Gulf of Mexico to get around the no drilling in Gulf of Mexico by calling it something different. Yeah, it's kind of
Oh,
stupid, but that's what you got to do. And Mount
why don't we
Denali
just
being going back to McKinley, that's to undo the race baiting bull crap that Obama did first. So,
really? Okay. But okay, like before we change the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, why don't we just open up the Exxon pipeline again?
oh, there's lots of stuff. I agree.
Right.
There's
I think
all kinds of options to do, and I hope he does them.
right. So no, okay. So I appreciate that. I didn't know about clearly I didn't know about Denali and McKinley, but also didn't know about the Gulf of Mexico. Okay, I can kind of see what he's trying to do there. But
Yeah.
okay, I can dig it. Was there anything there that really stood out to you? Like, okay, like this is a great thing that really resonated with you.
Yeah, I think the whole thing about the soldiers being able to come back with back pay. My
That's
sister-in-law
crazy.
was less than honorably discharged for refusing the vax. And I know he
Wow.
wasn't the only one. And it's like, because it's one thing to be discharged, but less than honorably is not good when you're leaving the military. It affects
Mhm.
a lot of things.
Oh, absolutely.
So they really, for something so stupid, they really ruined a lot of soldiers' opportunities after being discharged.
So okay, so this is an interesting question. Like, how does I don't know if you know, but how does that work? How do they get reinstated back in after they've been discharged, honorably or not? How do they come back?
Um, I think they're
Do you
going
know?
to do something special based on what Trump is saying now, if that was the reason why you were discharged. I know
Right. So
my
only if I was
sister-in-law
discharged for this
said
reason.
that she could petition to get the less than honorably status removed after so many years.
Okay. Okay. Would do you think she would go back if he said, "Hey, you're welcome to come back"?
I don't know. I texted her. She hasn't responded.
Okay. No, and hey, I'd love to hear what her thoughts are on that. That's wild. So yeah, I think that's super dope.
Yeah.
Now I wouldn't have mind if he had said something about those J6 persons, but
Yeah.
um, I wouldn't have mind that. I think that would have been good too. But I think he was taking too many shots at the former administration, and maybe he just didn't want to abuse them because I mean he was taking a lot of shots at them.
The
It was
former administration needed a lot of shots taken. They
they need a
did
lot.
a lot of bad. I was disappointed, but not surprised he didn't mention anything about the right to life, anything. So I'm not surprised, but
Okay.
it,
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. He did say something toward the end about children. If you dream for your children and your children are dream about their future, something like that, is toward the end. It made me think that it made me think like, oh, he wants kids to be born more than anything else.
nah, I don't
But
think he's. I
he
don't
should have been
think
more
he's
clear,
that
no
sort
question
of
about
a.
it. Go
I
ahead.
don't think he's on that at all.
Okay. I can dig it. I can dig it. Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Uh
close the border. That'd be great. As a Hispanic person, I can say it because it's racist when other people do.
Oh, well,
But
you are our Shara, on behalf of everybody, you are now our resident to speak on this matter. I have no idea why my camera just shut off, but you are a resident to speak on this matter, and you can say it.
well, it's just super racist that people assume because you're Hispanic, then that means you're automatically for illegal immigration. And it's like, no. Like, why should people who are closer be able to sneak in as opposed to people overseas? Shouldn't we want the best people, not just the people who are able to squeeze by?
Yeah. No, I agree with you 1,000%. All right. Well, Shara, thank you so much. You know you're always welcome. Thank you for being a fantastic supporter of the channel and a great mod, by the way.
Thanks. As long as you say we can have the camera off, I'll come back on.
I will well, don't worry about it. Our next guest is the exact same thing. So clearly you're starting a trend. So I'll let you be the trend starter
Not
for
in
sure.
their face there, Jason.
I love it. Hey, well, thank you so much, friend.
All right, bye.
Appreciate you. Bye now. All right. Thank you so much, Shara. I appreciate you following through. Now, if you just jumped in, we are just kind of chit-chatting it up about Trump's election speech with your thoughts on it. And so I want to bring Amy up in here. Amy, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you? Coming in from North Carolina and first time coming on the stream with you.
Well, There we go. Thank you so much for coming through. All right, Amy, he gave y'all a shout out. He mentioned North Carolina. A lot of people forget about the hurricanes in North Carolina and
Yeah,
such like that. He
and
gave y'all a
we were
shout. What
one
do
of
you
his.
think?
Yep, yep, and we were one of his battleground states too. So, for sure, we definitely need some attention on that hurricane situation. I'm only about 2.5 hours away from where all that took place, but my sister was directly impacted.
Wow.
So I know some of the, she was not tragically impacted, but she was impacted.
I got you.
Some of my family members attend Appalachian State University. One of them lost everything. So that's really, as adults, it's hard to go through it. But you think about these college kids, some of them don't even want to come back because they're scared
Mhm.
now that it's going to happen again. Whereas we know at a more mature level of mind, this only happens very rarely. I mean,
Oh,
this was
yeah.
an unprecedented, and that's like that was, I think, the woke word for the year. We'll say unprecedented, right?
Unprecedented. No question about it. Good call.
Unprecedented.
So what is your
But yeah,
what are your precedented thoughts on Trump's speech? What'd you think about it?
he, I take Trump kind of with a grain of salt with what comes out of his mouth. And my family and I talk about this quite often because we have very different, but very
Mhm.
similar beliefs. I am not a huge fan of his. However,
Okay.
I will say that right now, if we can get back on track, with, moving forward past, first of all the division. We've got to get this division stuff put it to rest. Like, we've got to move forward, and we're only going to be able to do that. We're never going to be able to do that wholly, but I think, if we can do it even at the smallest level, it'll make a huge difference.
Okay.
He was I always say he says wackadoodle things, and that was those wackadoodle moments. I was like, oh God, here he goes. But I care more about, I'm kind of with you. I will see it at the gas pumps. I will see it at the cost of eggs. I will see it
Right.
at, and it's those little things. It's just like, how we know God works. It's those little things. He
It's the small
whispers before
things.
he yells, right? And
Absolutely.
so it's those little things you're going to have to pay attention to. And I think people live in such a loud world that they forget to hear the little things and the little whispers and the little. So I think if we pay attention and watch the price tags at the grocery store, how much are you spending? And let's just face it, Jason, people spend their money on what they want to spend. Okay. Just go sit at TJ Maxx, Marshalls, whatever for the day. You will
Yeah.
see people are spending their money, right? And
They're
there's
spending their
nothing
money.
wrong with that. We work
Mm-mm.
hard. Let's go out there and spend our money, but let's also be mindful that we can't complain about having to spend, for other things when we're not being responsible with the things we really need to be, right? And
Correct.
so
No
it's kind
argument
of
for me.
we have to meet at the middle of the road, right?
Mhm.
But in either case, I thought his speech was, it was on target for Trump. He probably did have a little something backstage to keep him kind of, but I also think he's trying to show up differently. I think he knows there are a lot of disappointed Americans,
Facts.
aka people that their gal or guy or whatever you want to refer, they didn't win, right? And
Right.
so there's a lot of hurt, right?
Mhm.
And so I think he's trying to show up for not only the people that, are loud and proud for him, but also the ones that are looking at him with the side eye, like, here you come, right?
Here you
And
come,
so I
right? No
think
question.
it's going to be interesting to see how things play out, whether you support him or you don't support him, or you show up or you don't show up. Either way, it's like I tell people, we still have to pay our taxes at the end of the day, right? And so anything that helps that bottom line, I am all for it. I
No.
loved hearing your analogy and your information and your insight about the education stuff. And I
Mhm.
told somebody the other day, if we could get people literally, and I know this probably happens across the country, but if we could get people to show up for their municipal elections the way they showed up for the presidential elections, my, what a world we could change. Because I don't think people really understand how important your municipal, your local elections play into kind of how your local dollars get spent.
Right.
Um,
Because absolutely, because that makes a big difference. a huge difference.
Right. And so I think, I think the speech was good. He
Did I lose you? Amy, I think I might have lost you. Okay. Well, Amy, I'm gonna leave her on just in case she pops back on, but I feel like I lost her. I'm gonna pull her back and I'm gonna pull her out, and then if you do pop in, just pop back on, and then that way I'll know that you're back on. Okay. No, that was a great point. Like, I do think that we as just normal Joes and Janes should get more involved in our local municipalities. I mean, that'd be a huge that would be a huge game changer if we all started showing up to our local council meetings, our local city board meetings and the such of that nature, and just started asking questions and reviewed. I think that would be great because it will help us on that local level, which will of course start to spread to our state and then of course federally. So, but no, hey, if it starts at the top and works its way down or works from the bottom its way up, I think either way would be great nonetheless. So, hey, if you would like, we are just having a little debrief, if you will, from the Trump inauguration speech. If you want to jump on, I'd be glad to have you come on and talk. We've had some great comments so far, so feel free. All I ask is that you keep on topic. Of course, we use no profanity, and you don't have to have your camera on just in case you already got your bonnet on for the night. So either way will be fine nonetheless. Dear DWC, just sent you an email about the speech. I was asking and wondering about whether you reacted to that one. Okay, the long speech. It was just long, and I just let me see real quick. If this thing is an hour long, I was like, I don't know if I got an hour in my tank. Real quick, Caustic. One second. I have it right here. If there's, I want to make sure this is the same one. Oh, wait. Oh, this is a different one. What's this? Hold on. Oh, I think I was looking at the speech from last night. Oh, this one. Oh, okay. Say less. We're about to make it happen. We're about to make it happen. I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Caustic Chameleon. Caustic Chameleon, been a great supporter of the channel for a long time. And yeah, I have the speech. This looks like the one he did last night, but it could have been the one today. Oh, no, it was a victory rally. It was today. It was an hour long, and I was like, I don't got an hour in the tank. Oh, okay. No, let's do this one real quick. This one looks like it might be a good one, and we'll see if he sways any of the anybody who's on the fence, anybody who's on the border. Let's see if he can sway them with his eloquence, of his laid backness on this. All right, let's go. Hold on, Jason. All right, let's go. One in the chat when you can hear. You ever think about how much poise they have to walk down those stairs and knowing that everybody's watching them? Like that's got to be stressful. Because you see Trump looking down, JD Vance and his wife are looking up. And look, I don't know what I would do either, because I would be nervous as all get out that I got to walk down these steps and all of y'all are watching, and that would be stressful. Okay. Let's see.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years.
Okay, I'm gonna say something. Okay, I'm gonna say something controversial. JD Vance needs to start speaking like he's on the campaign trail. He needs to say the next 8 years, the next 12 years. He doesn't need to say 4 years because that's just Trump's term. This is Trump's lame duck presidency. JD Vance is going to be the next, I mean, unless something changes, JD Vance will be the next Republican candidate to run. He needs to go ahead and just start putting his resume out there right now. He needs to start approaching this like he is going to be running to be the 48th president. Just my observation, just my little 2 cents. Not trying to, I don't want him to even say 4 years. Just might as well say 8 years into the future, whatever, for the next decade. Just use terms that make it sound like you're presumptively planning to be president or in control for more than 4 years. Just my little 2 cents.
And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
I still wish you had been outside.
No, he's right. I looked, I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. And we blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year. Some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them. You look better than them, and I love you.
That's hilarious.
Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it. And we hooked up with JD very early. I watched JD over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, oh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing. And then I said, to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got one negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least. So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise he's our hero because, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at a watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between JD and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding. The press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages.
There we go.
And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they
I'm glad he did.
Literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of I'll bring it up right now. This little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave him. They pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. When you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them, the level of violence. the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed and children killed by these people, and he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, and but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And
Wow.
you know, who knows what happens in the future? It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, you know, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Millie? Why are we doing Millie? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago, he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, you know, where her father works, right? And, but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me. Like, I won't say how
Trump is
many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff. And there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need, but you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen, but she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side, and those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories.
It was hilarious.
He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect to something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? It's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one, all these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we were winning. We won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I'll tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. They have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made, very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. When you didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, and we got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, and they say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, doesn't take that long time. They were all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have to wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we could just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought. And they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders. And that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before. But you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my number one issue. They all said inflation was the number one issue. I said, I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my number one. I talked about inflation too, but how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States. And that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. Governor Abbott is he's a great man, great leader. And but it did make him more. Did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation. That's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it, and other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less. And they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much. So it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it would be, they'd have it down that in Fortune magazine, they put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that dude and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know, the only thing good about it, it showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent. And frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have. The bad thing about it is some bad things happen, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So, you know, that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, man. But we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten. And they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did. And this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02 they gave up. Last time they did bad things. At this time they just said, yes. I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win. But they really thought, they couldn't believe the one man said, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a first lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible.
All right.
I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. Those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said,
right here.
darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to go. Right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter just prior to this and said goodbye. And it's a custom. And the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost our...
This dude right here.
She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it because you've been a great first lady, a beautiful and a great first lady. And they love our first lady. JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our first lady. And they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is?
No.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
All right. All right. What y'all think about that one? Go ahead. What y'all think about that speech? I'm trying to download something for us. I'd love to hear what y'all think about it. Let me see if I got it right. Hopefully I do. Okay, nope. Won't let me download it. Okay, we'll have to do it online. Uh, that wasn't my best speech. I would have rathered him stayed with the. I would rather the inauguration speech. This one, I mean, it gave a little bit more shading and coloring, but I think it was. I think it was. This was kind of rambling. I ain't gonna lie. It was kind of rambling. Oh yeah, that was definitely Trump. So this actually okay. Thank you so much, Caustic. So this makes me think that he measured himself in the inauguration speech and really kind of made sure he, behaved, if you will. You better not go in here and show out, as your mom would say. And then he said, "Let me go ahead and show out after the fact." That's what I think happened, in my opinion. But it was long. It was funny. Yeah, I mean, it was comedy for sure, for sure. Yeah, that was. I mean, but overall, shout out to him. I'm glad he didn't make a lot of threats. That would have been kind of bad if he had made a lot of threats. But I'm rocking with him. I'm rocking with him. I'm rocking with him. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Y'all, I don't. Can we shift gears real quick? Or can we shift gears? Because I got an interesting video that just came up on my feed, and I don't know when I'm going to be able to address this. So I'm trying to see how I can fit this in. Man, I don't know what it is with these stupid YouTube videos. So apparently, let's shift gears real quick. Man, Brooklyn, how are you in my notes like this? How do you know that? I got a new Tiffany interview, and it's long though. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we might have to take like a station break or something. Let me because I want to look at this. It looks like it might be good, but I don't have it on the YouTube. You need my hat? God is a designer. Let me see. I think they have I think they've re-upped their and it's on godisadesigner.com or God is a designer God is a designer. Yeah, .com. Yeah. Let's see if it's on there. Let's see if it's on there. It is. It's right here. I'll drop the link in here. Go check them out. I'm not even a sponsor. I'm not even an affiliate. There's that right there. Okay. Can we I really want to do this. I want to look at this Tiffany Henyard interview because it looks like it's a mess. Because I mentioned earlier that she has been quiet on the on her Facebook Live, because remember she was doing a Facebook Live every week allegedly, and she hasn't done one lately, and I was just wondering what happened. So I wanted to bring it up, but I don't see. It looks like everybody. I'm gonna bring up the Facebook, and we're just gonna do the Facebook, but I need to take a quick commercial break. Oh, you want to get into it? Y'all right? Y'all wild. All right. She's house hunting. Hey, Mandy, can you jump on real quick? I'm gonna pull this up, and then we'll probably. I got it right here. I hate that for whatever reason. It won't let me. It won't let me download out of YouTube. Is there a way to download out of YouTube videos? Out of Facebook. I'm trying to download it so I can. Hey there, Mandy. Mandy, how are you? Mitchell, welcome to the party, sir. Welcome, welcome, Miss Mitchell Tate. Thank you so much for being a new member to the channel. All right, I'm gonna bring this in, Mandy. I am going to run very quickly and address a small Whitaker Park issue, but then I'm gonna be
Okay.
back. We can go cause some chaos. All right. How's that look?
Good.
All right, let me play it real quick and let me
They
know what
keep
it
me
sounds.
grounded and rooted and able to come rock with you every day. So Monday
Good.
through Friday, this is it moving forward. Let me be clear. This is a new era in talk radio, and I am so privileged to have.
All right, sounds good.
Sounds good.
Okay, cool. Let me run it back. I'm gonna let this is this is Cleopatra Draper on WVON in Chicago. She interviews Tiffany Henyard, and apparently it was a mess. So I'm gonna jump on real quick and I'm gonna let you run the ship for a hot second. I'll be right back.
Chicago, good Monday morning. It is January.
Feeling like you learned something new and empowered to take on the world in that order. All right, everybody, let's roll. And you are listening to the new midday show. The time is 9:08, and I am humbled to say I am the new host. Thank you so much to this opportunity from the bottom of my heart, from my family and I, to our very own CEO, Melody Span Cooper and Pierre, to this amazing team that I get to work with, to my predecessor, these big moccasins for a little but strong lady, the one and only Perry Small. And then for the support of my husband and my family and our two boys that keep me grounded and rooted and able to come rock with you every day. So Monday through Friday, this is it moving forward. Let me be clear. This is a new era in talk radio. And I am so privileged to have the opportunity to be the host. So if you're not following us on WVON, why not? You ought to. So make sure you go to WVON on the Facebook and follow us. If you want to keep up with me exclusively, follow Cleopatra on all social media platforms. Today, we have an amazing show set for you. That's right. We coming out the gate swinging with an exclusive. You know her name, and we'll say her name. But for right now, I'm going to talk about my name because my CEO has made it very clear to get folks to know me. I have grown in the past 5 years being under Perry's tutelage, and I've learned so much. So as we outline what we have for you, what I want to share is that, I meant what I said. I am homegrown, born and raised in Chicago. I've been to 4 public schools in my entire life, and that includes my master's degree. So I'm like a unicorn. But the tragedy is that I've only had, on one hand, Black male teachers, both professor and teachers. I'm still trying to count. I actually just returned back to school, so I'm actually taking an intro into the stock market. So I guess that includes the 5th, right? So the 5th teacher I've ever had. We're raising our boys in the National Pullman Park area, the first national park in the city of Chicago. And I don't mind talking about it because everybody knows not only do I bring roses to Roseland, but I represent the far south side of Chicago, and I'm proud about it. Where do I drink my tea? My producer, Sonia, was just asking, did I have some coffee today? I've never drank a cup of coffee.
Really?
So if you come here saying, I got your coffee, I'm going to be like, I'm going to pass it to somebody else. But I do love tea. And today's tea is going to be hot, right? Last but not least, I am a proud woman of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. I think I saw on a post recently, folks was misconstruing what I represent and what's in me. I'm a legacy. So never forget that. We just celebrated our 112th year, our Founders Day, still celebrating. So if you're a real elephant, you still rolling. It's January. And then when I think about just where we're going to take this, genres, eclectic, all works, don't box me in. Listen, guys, it is so much happening. This is world news. This is the talk of the nation. But we are listened to across the globe. I'm well read and well traveled and well versed, but I'm humble enough for you to pour into me. and to add. And when I say add, I want you all to know that in order for us to do this thing right, there will come a time, especially this week, where I need help trying to name the show. So when you have some ideas, bring it to us. For all of those that are texting me now, the congratulatories, listen, 773-591-1690. I want to hear from you because this is a new era and I am the new host and we need to name this show. All right. So we're going to do that together. And I think that that's fun. So I want you all to expect a few things. High energy, of course, having fun, no doubt, but speaking truth to power. Right. So I want to be very clear about the power of this microphone is to elevate and ignite the base, to move and activate. So if you haven't been bouncing around and getting involved before, I'm gonna give you a lot of reasons to do so. Right. And it's not just because there's a few things happening in our country. There are many things happening across the world, but so much is happening at the home front too. And before I start to talking about, across the country, we're gonna sweep around our own front porch. I think it's very important to do that, especially when we look to how much influence we have here in Illinois. Illinois is home to the most Black elected officials in the country, but you gotta make them work. You got to make them wanted. So I'm going to go to the phone lines because clearly you all want to talk to us. So 773-591-1690. Tommy, I see you on the live line. Welcome to WVON.
Miss Draper.
Hey, Tommy.
Let me say this. Let me say this to you, and I want to be crystal clear. You are in no one's shadow. I love Miss Perry so much for her openness. For anyone in this city who is battled with.
So if y'all are watching, we just jumped in. I was sent the video of Tiffany Henyard being interviewed by this talk show. And I'm trying to find where it started. Oh, wait, there we go. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Okay. So I think we got it now.
This is her first ever show on
Yeah.
this channel.
So this lady is the new host and she's got Tiffany Henyard on there. So this is going to be pretty interesting. So, all right, let's jump back and let's give them room to breathe. Let's go.
South King Drive in the heart of Chicago's historic Blues District, opening Thursday, February 13th for a limited engagement just in time for Theater Week. For tickets, log on to eventbrite.com or call 773-373-1900. Policy, a family business. This play explores the vibrant history of Chicago's South Side during the early 20th century, delving into the lives of key figures who shaped the African-American community amidst the challenges of prohibition and organized crime. Policy, a family business. Written, produced, and directed by Jamalita Tillman, starring Kyron Thomas and the Broadway and Bronzeville All-Stars. This production not only entertains, but it also educates, encouraging important discussions around the themes of family, ambition, and resilience. Policy, a family business, live at the Harold Washington Cultural Center, opening Thursday, February 13th. See you at the theater.
Hey Alexa, play WVON 1690 AM.
Getting WVON 1690 AM station from iHeartRadio.
Try it out for yourself. America is listening to WVON.
This January, Vaughn TV honors the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. with programming that inspires, educates, and celebrates his enduring impact. On Monday, January 20th, experience two powerful films streaming all day. King and
The teacher in me is going to walk us through some history. And I want you all to follow me because I'm going to say two words, one name, Frank Zuccarelli. Now, if anybody knows anything about Zuccarelli, aka the Z Team, you know that there is an elongated history, so much so that it is ingrained in just some historical measures. So from the city of Chicago, we have our very own, now formerly Alderman Ed Burke, who served 54 years, long-term commitment, right? So then when we look to the Southland, undeniably they had Frank Zuccarelli. And I was talking about some history. So when we talk about just multiple roles and the political sphere, you can't help but to identify Zuccarelli. You could look at Mike Madigan. You could look at Ed Burke. What do they all have in common? They're Caucasian male, right? And they had powerhouses across the state of Illinois. So Zuccarelli, the township of Thornton collectively is about 158,000. Let's round up. Give or take, folk be moving. But when you think about just time served, 43 years, he served as both trustee, and 34 of those were the chairman of South Suburban College. And in fact, another 2 years as student trustee. That's a long time. Most of y'all don't stay on jobs more than 5 years. So with that being said, we got 40 plus years in service at one institution that is a staple in the Southland. So then when we look at committeemen, he served 2+ decades, right? So committeeman of Thornton. And then when we look at Thornton Township Supervisor, that came in 1993. So all of this ended in his sudden death in 2022. So under that township leadership, he had 170 full-time, some part-time roles. And even in the papers, they referred to him as the boss. So a concoction of a few mixtures. Now, there's a lot of folks that had immense love for Frank Zuccarelli. And it's not to be smudged, right? Some of the papers that I read through the years also referred to him as a boss, king of patronage, favors, the deficit of Thornton, the mismanagement, the splurges. One trip he took to South Carolina, he spent $46,000. Right? Talking about some, I'm going to go see and assess, after the shooting, how they are coping and managing in terms of the community, because he wanted to emulate it. Right. So I picked up on all of that to say that there's a behavioral pattern that's undeniable out of many of the townships and regions where we had long-term service, right? Especially when we look at white patronage. And then, when we looked at salary, and I'm building this up because it was so many correlations to current time of just some of the same problems. Zuccarelli was the highest paid Illinois elected official. Now, when we look at this from a country perspective, he was the highest paid, second to one of the governors across the country, all from Thornton Township, right? So when I say I'm gonna break this down, I want y'all to understand both committeeman salary, which is not published, right? Because you can earn a salary outside of wherever you do your thing, as long as you are organizing for the party. You have
This is
chairman of the board of trustees.
1986, though some states were still resistant to the idea. Some said King did not deserve his own holiday, and several southern states chose to include.
When I ran for office in
Baby, how you feeling?
All right, I had to jump. Some of that was just going too long.
And we are back. The time is 9:34. Yeah, she's feeling good as hell. I got the super mayor in the studio, y'all. That's right. Mayor Tiffany Henyard. And I want to talk about you. What we were saying, it was a show in between the show. And undeniably, I think through all the noise, it gets lost in the sauce of why you so damn important and what you over there. So who are you?
So just to give you a little background of me, I grew up in the village of Dalton, and that's why I go so hard for Dalton, right? Basically, my mom, them came in about 85, 87 or so, and I went to every school, Berger Vandenberg, Thornridge, Dirksen, Robert Morris University, and here I am now. When I ran for office in 2013, I became the first youngest
Pause,
Okay.
because you skipping over something vital.
Okay.
What super mayor sometimes forget, because she's been serving for a while, is that she's an entrepreneur.
Yes, I am.
So before you even decided to run, you were in these streets serving up that good burger.
That's
Talk
right.
to me about
Streets.
the entrepreneurial side of your brain, because you didn't just get here haphazardly. There has to be some calculus and the tea leaves that make you smart, as the young folks would say.
Yeah.
So talk to me about that, because you glossed past that.
Okay, definitely. I'll back up. Thank you for catching that. So when I was in school, I was always an entrepreneur. I used to sell bad candy when it was $1. You buy your chews, your fruities, and I'll sell it to all my classmates. So that's what kind of started my entrepreneur spirit. After that, when I went to college, I went to night school. I don't like getting up early in the morning. I'm not a day person at all. So when I went to night school, we didn't have anywhere to go to get food but the vending machines. So I then went home and I used to make meals. So I did a hamburger helper, things like that, cakes and cookies, and I sold it out of a duffel bag in school. I used to bring home $300-$400 a day. And then I hired my classmates. I started getting employees. I started a whole business literally in business school. So from there, I then bought a building in Calumet City, and I created Good Burger. I had Good Burger for 20 years, and I sold hand-packed turkey and beef burgers, and then hand-cut fries. From there, I went after contracts. I went into Perry State College. I went into South Suburban College. I always been a hustler. That's why y'all can't break me. And I will never give up, because I know how it feels to hustle all day to make whatever the goal is to bring home. And that's why you see my grind the way it is today.
She said she had Good Burgers for 20 years. Y'all, this woman right here, I'm gonna put her on the same list as Dr. Cyan Bryant. You talk too much.
We're gonna pull back all those layers, but for those that knew, because you identified Tiffany from the block,
yes,
I always try to connect it to the business side of your boss attributes, because I think you're a different breed. Everybody would agree to that, right?
Yes.
And it got to be something that is rooted, that drives you, and it's not any of these titles.
Definitely,
you are a mother.
Yes,
and I want folks to understand what that means for you, right? So you are a mother, you are a Black woman, and you go hard for Dalton.
Yes.
But as a mother, why?
Why? Because I want my daughter to have the same opportunities that I'm trying to get for every other Black girl or a kid or a woman in America. Right now, it's the hardest thing for a woman to be empowered. When a woman's in leadership role, they feel we're stupid. They feel we don't know anything. And they feel that we can be bought. And we're not.
We do not want to stick with the status quo. We want people to be right in government. Everybody that's in government is not bad, is not corrupt. And I am living proof of that. But yet they painted me as this bad person or corruption or thief. I'm none of those. I am fighting against the people that are. But people have to hear my story to understand where I am and where I come from and why I've continued to fight and stand in the fire for them. Next month, we have Black History Month. Why we got the shortest month of the year? Why? Why is it only that month we talk about the Black leaders or the people that have uplifted us as we grow? Because we all have mentors and people we look up to. Harriet Tubman, Rosa Parks. And I tell everybody, I am her. I am Rosa Parks. The difference between back then and now is I'm living the same dream as her. What did she what did she not want to do? Give up her seat, right? She would not give up her seat. What am I doing today? Not giving up my seat.
And we're going to talk about that because you made a hell of a correlation in terms of what's at stake. And as I walk us through the series, because you like a whole book.
Yeah.
It's a series of collections that for real, when we look in hindsight, one day God is going to bless us to live to grow old. And if not, live to tell the stories through others. And it's a series. And it's a lot of you that I want folks to take away as we pull back these layers, because we're going to get into the weeds, guys. Like ultimately, she's alluding to a few things: the seat, the fire, the brimstone, right? So, you know, and yes, she's still standing. And the question is why? When you think about the village of Dalton, 8-mile radius, right? About nearly 22,000 residents. That little spot on the map, is it that important? Or is the bigger picture, the supervisor picture, critical? And if so, why? So when we look at Thornton Township, you would agree is the second most powerful township in the state. And what makes it powerful is that it delivers the votes. Let's be clear.
Correct.
Right? Yes, the vast majority is reflective, let's say about 60-40 in terms of white and Black. But when you think about the village of Dalton, it's predominantly Black, but both of whom have historically been in some deficits or mismanagement or poor leadership, and it's continued. So that's undeniable. Now, everybody's probably asking, well, what's her role in it? Where was she? We gonna get to that, right? But first, I want to jog your memories to the mayoral leaders that came before you. Bill Shaw comes to mind.
Yes.
The Shaw brothers.
Yes.
If you didn't see one, you saw the other, right?
Twins.
From 97 to 2008. That's undeniable. So you had some decent leadership, but then you decided to run for trustee. What made you run?
Well, again, I always been a leader. So I took on the role of Black Club president. So on my block, I always try to get the neighbors engaged, make sure you know your neighbor. When we went to school and got out, sometimes we go to the neighbor house. And that's the thing that I wanted to bring back. Basically unity amongst community and us building one another. So when my parents went home, we'd go to neighbor's house, they'd feed us, they'd help us with our homework, things of that nature. So the issue was over a tree. It's that simple. It was over a tree. We wanted a tree cut on the block, but it went on our property. It was on someone else's property. I went to a board meeting and I asked them, hey guys, we have a tree. It's messing up the plumbing. It's leaning over in the street where we dance and do our routines at. Can you please come and cut it down? And basically when I went, they flickered me off. They said, I'll sit down. What you talking about, little girl? Because I was young. I was a teenager at the time. And from there, it got me interested in government because I didn't know who ran our city. I didn't know what that looked like. And when I saw it was just all older people, no youth, nobody that can actually be our voice and understand what we want, I ran for office. Now, don't get me wrong. That kicked me off the ballot when I first ran. I didn't know the game, didn't know nothing. I was so young, wet behind the ears, didn't know nothing. So then after that,
like I was looking for that too, right? There's never any history. So y'all getting some real exclusive.
Yeah.
When you knocked off the ballot, it's as though you ain't never ran. I've been kicked off the ballot. So you got knocked off the ballot, but you got back up.
I did. You dust yourself off, try again, as Aaliyah said. Yes.
Okay. So tell me, so when I think of you and you fill in the blanks, you think of Zuccarelli, I think of the Z team, right? Now, the boss had the Z team. Were you a part of that apparatus, or did you become ingratiated?
Well,
did they find you once you got knocked off the ballot?
Well, they did, but I never joined like per se the Z team. I was a part of it, but from afar. Because I just can't go with status quo. I'm my own person. So I've always helped when they call for us to go get signatures, things of that nature. What people don't understand or didn't know about Frank Zuccarelli, he worked through his people. That's how he was able to stay in office for so long. That's the problem I'm having now. No one wants to work together. Everybody wants to be the dictator to Tiffany Henyard. And I'm saying, no, I want people to do the same like I did with Frank Zuccarelli. We all work together. When Frank had a judge, attorney that wanted to run for judge, things of that nature, he went to every single town, which is 17 cities he compassed, and he had those mayors, those elected officials. They went out and got the signatures for his slates. That's how this game worked. He didn't go do it, but he had the resources and the connections to make it work.
So what she's identifying is the strength and power of relationships, but as two Black women that are on the most powerful Black-owned radio station in the country, we ain't white, and that ain't right, right?
Yeah.
And ultimately, that privilege that you saw, the trickle-down effect just hasn't reached you and probably will not touch you as a Black woman in power.
Correct.
And that's been an ugly reality. And I am going to identify that for you because you would be remiss as you read and see, and eventually I just stop in terms of, damn, Dalton ain't that important. Why this seat and why now? Right. So as we build up to the rise of Tiffany Henyard, Tiffany from the block, aka Good Burger, you
Good
dust yourself
burger.
off, you tried again, you ran, and then you were seated.
Correct.
Okay. So you had to get out there and get your teeth cut, right?
Mhm.
And you served as a trustee for how long?
8 years. I did 2 terms.
So 2 terms under the leadership of then Mayor Riley Roger.
Correct.
Right. So was Roger done, or you just decided that you were done
Well,
and you wanted something new? Which
well,
way?
I had to make sure I unseated him, and I ran for the seat because he kept trying to recall me. It's not my first recall.
Oh,
story.
really?
He tried to recall myself, Stan Brown, and Robert Hunt, and they lost. Frank Zuccarelli was involved as well as relates to, we had a lawyer, we defeated that, and we still kept our seats. But they always tried to recall us, no matter what. When people can't control you, they try to remove you from office. That's how this game goes.
Because recall is an X factor here in Chicago.
Correct.
There is a state rep that is pushing that agenda. He's done so even when he was on the ballot for mayor, but they were rebuking in the name of Jesus in Chicago. But recall is also powerful, but it's abusive.
Correct.
And I did not know that this was not your first rodeo.
No, ma'am.
So you were recalled or attempted to be recalled once or twice?
2 times. So once as a trustee and
Okay, I
once
know
as
that.
mayor.
Right, I know that as mayor,
Okay.
but once beforehand.
Correct.
So is that the same time that you decided to run against him for mayor, or did you run in the next term?
I ran in the next term.
Okay.
Because he tried to put term
So he
limits on
pulled
us.
that trigger,
Yes.
and then you clapped back.
I did.
That's the translation.
And he
y'all.
lost his seat.
And he
That's
lost
why I
his seat.
watch what you go for, because if it's good for me, it's good for you. And the people elected me by a landslide. 82% I won in 2021, become the
I was
first
gonna
female.
get to that. So this woman know her stats, y'all. So in other words, what's good for the goose is it good for the gander. And as I think what makes us very interesting as millennials is that we learn real quick. And then when we learn, you can't unlearn what you know, right? Because you were in the thick of this fight. And I want to talk about Dalton because, there's been some painful moments, right? I think you've had some growing pains yourself as a leader.
Correct.
And I want to give you that opportunity to have that humility and grace because nobody's perfect.
Correct.
Right. And I'm going to talk about a few things, but I do want to preface that there are some things because of just the legalities and the nature of things that I won't get in the weeds of the details because everybody was hitting, well, ask about this. Let me tell you something. What happened in Vegas, did it happen in Vegas? And if it did, that's for a jury to deliberate. But there are moments of leadership where I bet if she was to take that trip again, ain't none of y'all going. Everybody stay at home. And that's how we're going to do this. And I'm going to come back and tell you the message. So when we come back, we are talking to the super mayor, Tiffany Henyard, supervisor of Thornton Township, mayor of Dalton, who's going to dive into the growing pains. Because I think every leader, if they have not grown, then they're not a leader. And when you look back over it, would you have done certain things differently? Stay with us. We'll be back.
You're listening to Cleopatra Draper. We're the talk of Chicago, WBON.
Okay, so they're about to go to commercial here. I'm going to do a little scrubbing. Let's see.
They can't forget what they can't forgive. They don't like you. But these headlines don't make it better. So I'm going to read a few of them. America's worst mayor.
Yep.
Facing evictions, not paying rent, your charity, the conflicts of interest, your relationship, the deficit in Thornton, the cars being repossessed in Dalton. I mean, hit after hit after hit to the point where not only do people want to know who is this girl, where is Dalton, what's up with Thornton, what they gonna do about it. I mean, it gets lost in a translation. What do you say to these headlines?
Well, all lies. I think that someone bigger is behind it all, paying for all the negative media, because every time I send in a clip or get them facts or get them proof or get them documentation, they don't even put it up. And then I have to create my own platform and put.
That's a whole bold-faced lie. Because if you go to her Facebook page right now, if you go to her YouTube page right now, there's no new facts. There's nothing new. It's her dancing and being at some event or whatever like that. She's never given the the receipts. So what is she talking about? She's just lying. And this woman right here, shame on Cleopatra Draper, because she's just taking it. She's just taking whatever she had, kind of like Roland Martin. You did no research yourself. This is not a true journalistic back and forth. This is a stump speech.
Put it up on there to show people the truth. And that's where my base come from. When I do speak truth, I show them evidence and then we go from there. But it's sad and heartbreaking because how people, some of my people personal life, what I got to do with where I sit government. I'm in government, not personal. And then it's all lies. Like I go to one. They said I'm being evicted, right? I don't rent from her. But yet, that's the story everybody put. I'm not her tenant. I'm not on no lease. But yet, y'all keep putting that out there.
So why would somebody do that? Because I wanted to save this question personally, and she looking me dead in the eyes, y'all. So I want to be clear of how intimate this exclusive is. Why would somebody go that far to besmudge you and you're not their tenant?
Because that she's paid. Everyone's paid. Everyone's behind everything. And it will be exposed. So people be wanting me to talk premature, right? So of course, you know what Lloyd said, I don't talk about this, don't focus on that. I only gave you a little bit of it, but that's the truth.
Understand.
And that's why I'm okay with saying it, even though the lawyer give me later for it, he'll deal with it. But it's just a problem because why? You guys can't beat me that you got to go that far. That's beyond reason. You get what I'm saying?
I do.
Like if you're going to fight me at the polls. Bring the people out. But you got to make the people not like me and do character assassination. I'm not with that. Because I put in the work, I paid my dues. When I say paid my dues, I mean did the work. My work speaks for itself. And no one can outwork me or outbeat me. So the only way they can try to beat me is by telling the people I did this, I'm doing that. Come on now, really? No, all false, all negative. And that's why you see me in the public. Think about it. People really guilty or really bad. What they do? Run. You don't see them no more. They out of the headlines, right? They don't go to meetings. They not in the public. They're not indoors.
Folks were saying, well, good luck. I don't think she's gonna come. She gonna stand you up. I said, she's not running. And I received that about you. And it's a build up to, the charity, right? The this, the that. And it's been dissolved since then, correct? Your charity?
I personally don't even have a charity. Okay. Never did. But I get tired of everything because some people name some after me. Okay. But what does it have to do with me? Think about it. It's so minute. It's bigger than that. My mom had breast cancer. Like, I don't play with stuff like that. When I was a trustee, people really go back and do the history and research, because people don't research. It's just you say something bad about me.
So she's willing to, in this woman's face. Now, if Cleopatra Draper doesn't push back, then she deserves all the shame for that, because she should be pushing back in 4K. Even doggone Roland Martin has come back and apologized for what he allowed her to get away with, and she's just going to allow her to say that. That's on her.
They just play it. And then I got to dispel what you said. That don't make no sense to me. And that's why I call it fake news. So my mom had cancer. And then in 2013, I did a cancer walk every single year. Didn't miss a beat. But they ain't talking about that though, right? I want people to talk about facts and not fiction.
And I want to talk about facts, right? Like, so ultimately, we know where you stand and rooted in the charity. And then when we talk about just, like the headlines, undeniably, this Vegas trip has overshadowed a lot of your administration and your ability to lead. And some of the accusations are horrible, right? And it is tied to your leadership. What do you have to say in regards to the desire for folks to know more about what had happened in Vegas, right? What do you say to that?
I say people should give people the opportunity to be heard and not just judge off of one-sided narratives. I think that in due time, everybody will speak to whatever their part is. Everybody got to understand, just because somebody not speaking don't mean they're guilty or something wrong. Like I just told you, when you get legal counsel, they tell you cannot talk about certain things. Like, for instance, we're still in court. People are suing for money. So that's your answer.
Okay. You all heard it here. And last but not least, as we continue to magnify the constant narrative that's up against you, why not stand down? Why run again for re-election?
Because the people put me in there and the people going to keep me in. That's it. That's all. At the end of the day, through all the controversy and all the mess, I still produce for my community. I still continue to do the work. With all the hate and people call me out my name and being disrespectful, coming to my mom's house, coming to my house, I still show up.
That was wild.
Everybody tell me I would have ran. I would have quit. I would not still be in this, Tiffany. But yet here I am. Somebody got to do it. And unfortunately, God chose me to lead the people. And that's what I'm going to do. I follow his steps. Nobody else's. Because at the end of the day, it's just me and him. Nobody else.
And that's fair. I receive that. And when we talk about, us learning that this is not your first rodeo under that recall, my response to people when I do utter your name is it goes back to the recall, right? And I say to folks, and I said this to you, and we talked about this, if you all didn't like it, why didn't you do something about it, right? Not only did you send her back, she's there, right? So for those that are organizing against you, we're going to talk about that on the other side, because there's an internal conflict, right? And the opposition that was born under your administration since your inception, because House is no stranger to you, and nor are you him. But ultimately, you are rooted in the work. And you said, until the people say it's finished, it is so. Is that what you're saying?
Amen.
All right. Well, we received it. You are listening to the Superman. She's given us an exclusive right here, a heart-to-heart conversation about some real pressing negative headlines. I've yet to see a positive one, but we're going to create that here at WVON, just with her speaking her truth. I think that's important for us to discuss, because when we come back, there's been some things said, right? And I think when I look at some of the missteps, I think, has been in moments of heated opportunities that I want you to talk to about things that you would have done differently because you're human. So stay with us. We'll be back after this break.
All right, let's try jump.
Shut down for about 12 hours. The statement went on to thank Trump, who has said he will intervene and throw a temporary lifeline. Trump has indicated by an off-duty Dallas police officer in his by the R&B star's 1 in a Million video.
He was quite prepared for.
MLK continues to inspire. Watch us on.
I am female and expected to aspire to marriage. I'm expected to make my life choices, always keeping in mind that marriage is the most important. A marriage can be a success.
What time that energy is. And I wanted to play that clip because as women, there's not a moment in any of those statements that we can't identify to in terms of what little girls are expected of is almost equivalent to what men expect of women, especially women in leadership.
Yes.
Right. And you've talked time and time again about fighting the good old boy club. Talk to us because she ain't know, I do my homework. You gonna learn today. Like besides the headlines, you got to know what's
you don't
fact.
though.
Yes. What is the good old boy club in your world?
In my world, it is made up of all men, unfortunately. We as women are not welcome in their circle. So they oust us and then they start attacking us. The same attacks you see happening to me is happening to Anyota in Calumet City, Monet in Calumet City. It's attack on women. Nobody wants a woman to lead in any area. And I have a problem with that. I don't like chauvinist men that just tell us this is what we got to do when we can go toe to toe with whatever position we choose to accomplish at that time. But nobody wants to see us in it. So I have been going against that status quo for quite some time because you got to understand all my cities are ran by men except one. That's Lansing and myself. But all 17 cities, majority men, and most men are really upset that I have 2 positions when most of them have 2 positions or 3 positions.
Correct.
And the news not talking about that. It's just that I, meaning the woman, cannot have 2 positions. And I think I've done a damn good job of keeping both positions on the right track. And that's what they don't talk about. All my accolades that I've done in both communities, all the surpluses that I have, they don't talk about any of those things. And that's stuff that I really want people to hear.
So surplus is where it's at. So let's talk about that because when you inherited Thornton Township, it was a deficit.
Yes, $4.6 million.
Oh, she said that with her chest, y'all. And where are we now in that surplus?
We had $9 million surplus
under your leadership.
Under my leadership.
I haven't seen that headline.
Yeah, you're not. And that's what I'm saying because they got to make me look bad. They don't say none of this. We gave them all the evidence. We gave them all the audits. They can go on Cook County website. The
Instead of giving all the evidence, why don't you just go ahead and present it? She can create. She can be on. You can bring the evidence right here and have them put it up. This woman is a fraud. Man, I'm sorry. This host, albeit she's an excellent speaker and probably a great host, she is not challenging this woman at all. She said they were in a $4 million deficit and now in a $9 million surplus. That means it's a $13 million spread. That's crazy. So that is crazy.
Press doesn't go look it up. These are facts. These are things that have been checked. And it's true. Even without grants and things of that nature, I still have a surplus.
Village of Dalton, there's a deficit.
Correct.
You've talked about that openly in a meeting. Where did that deficit come from?
So we owe the city of Chicago like 13 million or so when I first got in office. So why do people think that just disappeared? Where did that go?
And what was the deficit for? I'm assuming water.
Yeah, water. City of Chicago.
Yeah, because Harvey underwater too, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna talk. Mayor Clark, don't you call me? But listen, the water services for our surrounding townships, it does come at a price. And what way did you contribute to the deficit is where people, I think, get things entangled because of the headlines, right?
Correct.
So of that, in what ways were there mismanagement under your leadership when it came to eating at that bill, if any?
So there was no mismanagement. I know everybody want a person to blame. If you're going to blame someone, then you blame the board, the trustees.
Wow.
Because what people don't understand is how leadership in government works. I am the executive branch. I'm the head. They are the legislative branch. The legislative branch is over the money. So if they over the money, why everybody keep saying Tiffany did? Tiffany didn't do shit. And I'm sorry for cussing on your show because I'm just pissed off at everybody want me to be the fall person, the person behind that thing. The person, Jason is corrupt as they come, but no one's pointing none of that out because he's a man. I'm sick of it. I'm tired of taking the blame for all their mismanagement, all their negativity, all their hate, all their theft. And that's what y'all gonna hear me talk to coming up because everybody wanna go get all these people. Like y'all need to come get Larry Lightfoot from over my seat. Y'all need to bring her back over here. Y'all going to get people that's under investigation that y'all had a problem with to come after me. Like,
So
stop.
pause. You are unearthing some real. So, let's go back to the fundamentals of how government works because this is what we talk about when we're referring to civics of how you all function as a body. So as the executor or the president of the board, the body, as you're saying, the trustees are who legislate. They create the policies and the resolutions that are fed up to you based upon an agreement. And it's a 4-person board, right?
No, it's six. It's six, but majority is 4. And that's how they're running
okay,
down.
that's why I'm right. So I'm doing my count. Because if you got a board and you can't count, you ain't won. So I done jumped the gun, right? So it's a 6-board body.
Yes.
Majority rules were 4. Right now, you're split, right? So in your current body, right? And we're going to talk about that because you have a special vote coming up in terms of making sure that they install somebody to help weigh the legislation so that you can get something done.
Right, that's township.
That's township.
Dalton is what you're talking about now.
Right,
Yeah.
Dalton, right? So ultimately, oh yeah, that's township business. But Dalton, when we think about Dalton, just from a legislative standpoint, you know, the cabal, right? So there's been some filibustering. I'm going to use this political language. There's been some filibustering to prevent work from being done. And as we're talking about the deficit, you inherited a deficit on that side as well, which was 13 million. The vast majority being watered to the city of Chicago. And then, you know, I want to identify what roles did you play. And you're saying that it's a collective play, right? You can't get nothing done without your board.
You can't.
That's any mayor, any president. So I just want to talk about facts, guys, because I see you all on the live line, 773-591-1690. But when we talk about moving the needle, you can't do that as just the mayor.
Correct. And I'm going to add to that. Right now, things that residents don't know, they hear it right here on your show, because I'm going to talk about this on my live. My board, right now, the corrupt board that's trying to run against me now, have stopped me. I don't have a village attorney.
Correct.
I don't have a police chief.
Correct.
I don't have a fire chief, and I don't have a village administrator. All these things, or an assistant. As a mayor, all that come with my seat. Why don't I have those things, residents? If we don't talk about facts, let's talk about facts. So the people that's been running government for Dalton has been the board of trustees. We've always been in court because they sue for every little thing. We get tired of court. You know how to go, kick the can down the road. Okay, get them time to respond, and then now you month after month after month in court. But all these things I sued for. It's called a civil conspiracy with a little bum attorney. They always want some news play. That's who's they puppet master. So all these things are going on in my city. But I'm the only one fighting back. Just because it's majority against me don't mean I'm wrong. I'm the one right. Just like how y'all did Jesus Christ, right? He's the only one been saving y'all like y'all crucified at me. Y'all going through the same thing.
So let's talk about that, because no pun intended. You claiming that you've been a pinata, right?
Yes.
Ain't no candy coming out, y'all. So stop beating on her. Listen, at the end of the day, the cabal is in, and you haven't been effective, which is probably was the goal, right? I'm gonna assume the latter. The goal was to technically you look ineffective, but you look real strong to me, right? You look like you're still holding it down, despite the lack of people put in play. If you really cared about Dalton, you at least have people in play to make it effective, whether they agree with your politics or what you have to say. There are some missing attributes to have the ship run afloat.
Correct.
Did I get that right?
You did.
Okay. So, you know, ultimately, again, I ask you, why not quit? You know, at this point, have they not done enough to break you?
No, they'll never break me. You can't break my soul. Never. We're going to fight to the very end, period. Because I didn't come to play. I came to slay. And when I slay, I'm going to expose all of them for their dirty deeds. That's the difference. I'm outspoken. They want me to shut up. I will not. Because at the end of the day, somebody got to tell it. Somebody got to show it. But the people got to want it. The people can't get caught up in this clickbait, drama, reality show, whatever they're trying to create, because they create the fire and point the finger. That's what they're doing. But it's them with the hen and the cookie jar. And I'm exposing it. And everybody got a problem with it. Even the lawyer, all of them. They all involved. The civil conspiracy lawsuit I put out, it got all of them in there. The lawyer's number one because they funnel all the money to him. Think about it. I don't have no lawyers, but y'all still want to pay y'all lawyer. I'm the one that appoints. Anybody understand government? The mayor is the one that appoints the attorneys. But yet that attorney going to sign up on all our cases. I didn't give that to him. We was in court and we had to make him get off the case through the judge. The judge say, hold on, Odison, you're not appointed by the mayor. And removed him off the case. But this is what I'm dealing with. But no one's telling that.
And we're going to talk about it because I found it interesting.
Hold on. Tiffany doesn't have a lawyer? Okay, this woman has not done any of her research. Cleopatra Draper has done no research to let her sit here and play in her face. And I'm pretty much predicting that probably next week she's going to have to come back and say she misunderstood. I'm pretty sure she's going to have to do the Roland Martin apology. This is ridiculous. There's no due diligence in what she's asking and how she's pressing these questions. And she's just letting Tiffany. Now, I think she should just let Tiffany keep talking because Tiffany just keeps contradicting herself. But if she wants to be a journalist and push back, she needs to push back and be a journalist. Let's go.
So listen, guys, we're going to take a quick break. We talk about Bert Olderson, right? He was in the documentary that we were talking about between the show. It was a documentary created about this young woman that she's not even a part of. Where they do that at? Only on NBC. But listen, guys, when you talk about that attorney, he's not just a attorney. He's been around just as long as your predecessor. So when we come back, we're going to continue this conversation with the super mayor, Tiffany Henyard, also known as the mayor of Dalton. And the phone lines are open. So I see you all. There's not a line available. I see you all on Facebook. Stay with us. We'll be back after this break.
You're listening to Cleopatra Draper. We're the talk of Chicago, WVON.
Okay, I'm going to try to move this forward without missing too much. Dang it. Looked like I missed it already. I'll wait for her to put her headphones back on. But yeah, I don't think this is not a very good journalistic pushback. This is a puff piece. This is a puff piece. This is not journalism. Sorry. I'm sorry. I understand, but this is not journalism by any means or measure. All right, here we go. Okay, I don't know who they're talking to, and there's commercials going on in the background, so I don't want to get run up with any music or anything of that nature. But yeah, like, how is this woman?
And we are back. The time is 10:21. And na. I want to start a fight. So listen, guys, I am reading the comments and it is going up like a crescendo. You know, everybody's entitled to their opinion about.
Is it an opinion?
Our
though?
first guest, but we are coming out the gate swinging because you don't sit down with everybody.
I don't.
And I don't take that lightly, and neither does our CEO. So please understand that this was a collective decision from the boss of all bosses, Melody Span Cooper, because she also agrees that we do need to hear what you have to say. And it ain't going to come from mainstream media. It's just not. And authentically, you're going to bring it just like you are now. Unrehearsed and uncoerced, Tiffany, right?
That's right.
And,
Which
you know,
one?
some of the accusations, I went down in the weeds of, you know, I'm not asking you the hardball questions. What other hardball question is why you won't quit, bro? Like, I mean, I came out the gate just asking, like, you know, out of all of this, why not walk away? Like, what other, you know, between the accusations. So I want us to understand, I created a formula. That's the nerd in me. I can't help it. I created a formula because this is what we want. When we dive into sensational journalism, we've made a decision, you know, either you for or against, or bottom line, she done stole something. They ain't writing all of this just cause you did something. And if I was to examine anything you did, is the accusation of you being Tiffany from the block, was that so repulsive? Because they liked it in 2013, right? They liked it in 2017.
Correct.
But one thing that we know, because this is what I was going to walk us into, is some of the regrets, is that everybody don't like it the same way all the time.
Correct.
And at some point you lost people and you wouldn't be seeking re-election if you wasn't trying to find them again. Some of them are permanently gone. So what about the evolution of Tiffany are people subscribing to? Because controversial, embattled, whatever verbiage we want to use, you ain't went away. So I don't know, Anna, what other harder questions is there to ask somebody to stand in humility and tell the WVON listening audience where you went wrong? Because everybody, and I want to be clear, falls short of the glory. And it's somewhere you lost people. Where did you lose them? And how are you going to find them again?
Okay, I like that question. Where did you lose the people, and how are you going to find them again? I think that's, but I don't see any I haven't heard any hardball questions. Thank y'all, everybody who's tapped in, by the way, real quick. Thank you all very much. We are just going over Tiffany Henyard's interview on WVON, which is a radio outlet in Chicago. And so far, this is just like Roland Martin 2.0. I've not heard anything new, anything that really challenges what we already knew. And again, the receipts, I give receipts. Nobody knows about the receipts. Like, yeah, this is wild. Okay, let's let them go. Here we go. Thank y'all so much for hanging in there with us.
So by telling my truth, this is step one. Coming out, speaking out, talking about it publicly, because a lot of times people don't really hear me talk about things publicly. As a leader, we can't dive into every he say, she say comment or question. And majority of the time, I answer their questions. They may not be following me, but then they come to a different venue. I may ask the same question I answered a month ago or 2 days ago. So I can't get caught in that because I still got to focus on my vision, my goals for my city and my township, and also grow and then be a mom and be a girlfriend. Like all these things matter, but people tend to forget we're human. People gonna make mistakes. People might not do it your way, but it's their way. It's their story. You let them walk their path, but you want us to walk your way. We put our shoes on the same way, but we might tie our shoe different, but we get to the same goal, but it's your way. So let me be creative in my moment, in my government, and I bring a different, what I want to say, badass to it. I might dance, I might sing, but I'm relatable, and that's what they don't like. I'm relatable to the youth. I am having kids state they want to be a mayor. Matter of fact, they want to be a super mayor. Kids that never thought of government or knew what it was. I used to go into the schools and speak to every kid, especially about their mental health. I did a mental health tour throughout Thornton Township. We used to jump from every school. We talked to the kids. I took D-Lo with me. He sang with them, and we got a lot of people that opened up and got help from Thornton Township. But they don't talk about that. They don't talk about that side of the city, the caring side, the nurturing side, the mom side, the one that want to see kids do better, be better, and the ones that want to give the resources, make sure you got food on the table. It's $8 now. Who can afford that? We got a whole food pantry. Why don't we have food today in the pantry? Because people playing politics with government. People not coming to board meetings. People miss over 8, now 10 board meetings. Why? We ain't talking about they should lose your seat, let alone get paid. You're not doing the job you got elected to do. When you
notice she's not actually answering the woman's question. What are you going to do to win those people back? Not regaling. I'm waiting. I bet you in a moment she's gonna bring up the raucous caucus. I bet you. This woman needs to hold her accountable.
Elect the people. It's time to go. You should
So
no
talk
longer
to
be
me
there.
about that. So, you know, because you highlighting some facts. Now there has been a debacle in your administration, to say the least,
Yes.
right? As to why people not showing up, whether it's based off your leadership, You didn't elect them, the people did to represent them.
Right.
And if that is their protest, it still is ineffective and it impacts and hurts the people. So that is the equation, and that's undeniable. But what I want to get to, for those that are really trying to connect with you, is where did you fall short? Tiffany from the block
Push her back.
rose to
Good.
become trustee, then mayor of Dalton, then the evolution of supervisor of Thornton Township, ergo super mayor. All of that happened in less than 10 years. But the evolution of you is where folks are questioning some of the decisions, right?
Okay.
Some
good.
of the allegations, whether it is your police department and the loss of the fleet, you know, your desire and need for protection and security, some of which is valid because you've had credible threats, and some of the choices, right? Where did you fall short?
When I didn't do what people wanted me to do. When you get in power, people come up to you, whether it's them or they send people, and they want you to do certain things. And because I wouldn't, I became the target. You got to understand, it's a lot of things at stake as it relates to Thornton Township. They wanted contracts, they wanted jobs, they wanted all these things, but I came and I cleaned it up. That was the problem before me. It was a good old boys club. Frank didn't leave a black book. I don't know who's who, what's what. I couldn't tell you nothing. But what I do know is what's right. What I do know is how you clean up a deficit. What I do know is I'm really smart, but people want to play the role that I don't know. I'm in a position to do better and to grow the township and my village, but people won't allow me to because everybody want to dictate my every move. I ran to lead, not follow.
Wow,
I followed for 8 years. Now I'm in leadership role to make the decision. Because guess what? If it's good, better, and different, I get the hit. The dog walk across the street, it's Tiffany's fault. Somebody on the corner, it's Tiffany's fault. Come on, man. No matter what it is, you're blaming it on the mayor, and that is not how it goes. It's people trying to run our government that's outside interference, and I have a problem with it.
Let me pause there because I am going to push back on that statement because that is what we've seen. That is how it goes. It is the mayor's fault. I'm in the city of Chicago with my black mayor and our body of council, and nobody's identifying, oh, well, that alderman or this group did. It is Brandon Johnson 24/7, 24/8. If it was an 8th day, it would be another day that is Mayor Johnson, as though he doesn't have 50 people that control. So yeah, Tiff, it is the mayor. But what would you say to folks that you are trying to not only court, but push to reelect you? What do you say to them?
Close your mouth, open your ears. Because if you over talking, you'll never hear the other narrative. You got to listen. That's why I do forums, whether it's conversation with the mayor, whether it's township talk. I do them forums to let people hear from me to their questions. And then I also ask questions, even when we're calling, right? And I'm quoting you for a vote. I'm saying, hey, this is Super Mayor Tiffany Henyard. I want to know that I have your continued support in the upcoming election. And if you tell me, well, I'm undecided, then I say, well, why are you undecided? And then you tell me, well, I don't know right now. What you mean? You have me on the phone. Now you can ask me whatever you want because it's just you and I. It's not an audience. No one's telling you what to ask me. However you feel, you can ask me while you have me. And then some people don't say nothing. Some people say, well, I don't know right now. So either you know or you don't, or you got a question or you don't. But people are telling you things. They're vomiting in your ear about negativity. And that's the way you're feeling about a person. And then I also rephrase. I say, how would you feel if I just came to your door and I say, well, they said that you would think, I don't know you from Apple, but this was I heard on the street, but I don't know. I never gave you a chance to explain. I never gave you a chance to talk to me or educate me on your side. I just ouched you. It's like, it's sad because I'm seeing the world treat me as though a person is guilty. And I thought it was innocent until proven guilty. And I'm not getting treated that way.
Well, you heard it here. And listen, guys, she is open to have the dialogue. So Carl, James, Nate, Justin, I see you got a question. You'll have your time when we come back after this break.
All right, let's see if they ask.
I'm Candace McCollum, and here's what's happening in your local and national news.
Okay, hopefully they'll actually ask some good questions. Let's see what happens. Let's see. Maybe the audience will ask good questions. Okay, let's see. Just kind of moving it. Are they talking? Can we hear them? I don't think so.
100.
Yeah, they're not letting us hear. All right, here we go.
Tiffany is blaming the trustees, saying that the trustees is, stole the money or whatever. But if it's the trustees' fault, why are the FBI investigating her and her team and not the trustees? Also, she tries to, put Jason House down when Jason House has shown her nothing but respect and grace, even when she doesn't even deserve it. One more thing.
Just one question, Rashonda. Thank you. So answer that.
So what people need to understand about the FBI, everybody's getting investigated. Everybody. So they can assume what they want, but everybody.
And when you say everybody, are you referring to the current board or?
Yes.
All right, guys, she responded. And when it comes to House, I did want to respond because ultimately, there's some rules with the FCC. So eventually, at some point in time, the House and his crew can come, but the Superman's in the studio. So it's not to allow any besmudging, but she is giving her opinion about it. So I just wanted to contextualize that, but hopefully you all received her answer. Let's talk to Kat. Kat, welcome to WVON.
Good morning and happy MLK Day, Cleopatra.
Oh, same to you. Isn't it a beautiful day?
And I am so glad for your newly appointed position. I praise God for that, and I thank God for you.
Thank you. I received that.
I don't think I have any questions for Tiffany. I just have comments. I have comments based upon my observation and what I see of Tiffany. I'm a 40-year resident of Dalton. And first of all, I do have a question for Tiffany first before I give my comments. Tiffany, what makes you think you can say to the residents, bitch better have my money?
Well, we're not going to curse on the air, Pat, so I want you to be mindful. So let's respond to that because, and the controversy of Superman, like I said, she's no angel, right? You okay with me saying that? You know angel.
No one is.
But in those statements, whether it's the one from the other day when somebody said something to you, you told them they were stupid. And it's not to laugh, but that's how you felt in that moment, I presume.
And I meant that. I'm standing on it.
You're standing on that. I heard you say that too. Is what Pat referencing any validity to it?
No, it's all fake. And that's what I'm talking about. Wow. People got to go back and research the clip. We played a song, and of course it was Rihanna. And the news took it and ran with it. I didn't verbally say that. Why would I say that?
Oh, so Pat heard the song.
Correct.
And then
the news played it and said, the mayor saying what she just said. And I never said any of that. They played the song because basically they weren't paying the vendors. And the vendors were saying, where my money at? Okay. And we used the song to reference how they was feeling is what it was. And that's all it was.
And in that moment, see, this is what I'm saying. Like, there are some folks,
that's not what
like
happened.
right now, I can say I'm your favorite millennial, right? And there's some folks, oh, no, don't put too much emphasis on that. You don't want them to challenge your intellect and remind you that you're young. But I am. And in that moment of leadership, but you had to play a different song had you knew it was going to catapult.
Yeah,
what is the answer?
Of course I would have. So of course we have our moments where we could have did something better or changed it or changed the value or the tone. Yeah, of course. But guess what? It's called growing pains. You're gonna go through it, but you're gonna grow through it. People can sit there and hold you hostage of what they perceive as a mistake or something you shouldn't have done. Everybody goes through mistakes or things that should have done differently. It's called growth.
And that's what I want to magnify, because when I ask you moments where you fell short of the glory, this is one of them. Because it's stuck with a resident, a long-term resident, right? That shows, see, that's why we don't put young people in office. And see how, whether it's immature or this your response to us, that's appropriate, and they run with it, right? And then when you come back stronger, they never let that go. Is that what you're asking for? If you can ask for forgiveness of moments where you fell short. You know, for me, here's a growing pain for me in my observation of you, that I laughed for about 6 months until somebody finally told me, you know, that's inappropriate. You know that wasn't cool. And I said, well, why not? And I'm showing a moment where I was immature too. Didn't Nino Brown.
Yeah.
You know, when you came out with the dog.
Yeah.
And I mean, you had New Jack City to the T, and you sent the message. And then when I think about it, I said, well, damn, you know, not maybe. That wasn't the venue. This is my observation. That wasn't the venue. That was a sticking point. That did hit a little different. And now, even though it is funny, it wasn't funny. It wasn't appropriate. What do you say to my critique?
To your critique, I think it was hilarious.
I agree.
I think that people took it the wrong way. Number one, I'm a fan of Martin. Everybody say Nino Brown, which you do research. It was mimicking that, but I mimicked Martin because I even did a spoof on my TikTok, I think, on one of them things, and I posted it up and I replayed Martin whole scene. And I do things like that to engage the youth, which it worked. Now I did it before my board meeting. I didn't do it. I wasn't in session. We didn't call the roll. We didn't do none of that. I came in the building and I just did like a little skit.
So it wasn't formal. So again, go watch moments I have, but you're contextualizing it, which is why I think you do need opportunities to give in detail. Why in the mind of Tiffany Henyard. And I think I remember that episode. You talking about when he was on Neighborhood Watch, right?
Yeah.
Right. And he had the dog. But the point is, you know, you're personable, right? You're innovative and you're creative. And is your timing off? Maybe.
I don't think it was. I just think the media took it and ran with it. If the media didn't take it, it wouldn't be as big as it is today. The media made it what it is. And I do say that's what they got. They got the national attention. And people tend to believe fake news, unfortunately. And they know they are buying clicks and views too. They got to sell news. So they cut it and chop it up like they did with Rihanna song to make it look worse than what it is. And it wasn't that. I even did Forrest Gump. Why they ain't get no traction. I do all kinds of things, but I do it to engage community and also mainly the youth. And it actually works.
All right, so let's talk to James. James, welcome to WVON.
Hold on real quick. Hold on, James. She did that Forrest Gump after the Las Vegas trip where she went to Bubba Gump's seafood in Las Vegas and she had the red baseball cap. That was highly inappropriate. Like that is crazy. The fact that she's getting away with this is just completely amazing. The fact that nobody's calling her out about this it's going to go on the record books. It's going to go to record books. Thank you so much, Ron, for the very gracious $2 super. Thank you so much, friend. Grace and peace to you for sure. All right. I have a question, the interviewer says, and here's how you should answer. That's exactly it. There's no questions left out there for her with the pain of having to answer it. She's actually being told what the answer is or what the interviewer, Cleopatra, thinks it should be. This is wild. Shout out to this interview, though.
James, we're going to put James back on hold. Let's talk to Nate. Nate, welcome to WVON.
Hey, how you doing? Happy Martin Luther King Day.
I know, right? Happy Martin Luther King Day.
Hey, so Tiffany said that Frank didn't leave her a blue book, and she didn't know what to do. She didn't know, who to call on, but she ended up terminating everybody that knew exactly how the township operated in the appointed seat that she was appointed in. I just want to ask why she got rid of the blue book, the employees that knew how the township functioned in every department. Not every department, but administration, myself, after working there 14 years.
So you were an employee.
Absolutely.
And what was your role?
I was the media specialist. I managed our social media platforms. I did the video photography work. I managed our website.
Okay.
Yep, pretty much all of that good stuff.
So we get into them personal tea leaves. Thank you so much,
let's
James. She's
go.
gonna answer your question.
All right, James.
First of all, people terminate themselves. I didn't terminate anyone. If you're not doing your job, you don't have a job. It's just that way. People can get mad at the leader all they want. So that's what my answer is today.
All right. Well, listen, guys. Justin, Dylan, Eddie, Lynette, LaDonna, Art, Lena. All I ask is when you all call, refrain from anything other than the King's English. And then let's be respectful and let's be swift. Whatever your question is, Super Mayor is willing to answer it on the other side. We'll be back after this break.
You're listening to Cleopatra Draper. We're the talk of Chicago. WBON.
Yeah, this is
Are you looking to stay healthy?
look at this mess. Yeah, this is problematic, highly problematic, I feel. All right, let's see all right, here we go. Let's go.
Just went through something, and as a matter of fact, I'm going to make a big issue out of this because a lie can destroy your character, and not only that, it can put you in financial deficit. My granddaughter put an order of protection on me and his girlfriend, and I was not able to see my son. And what I'm hearing from the mayor is that a lot of things could be lies that are out here, and there's nothing to protect you. And what happens is that your character is destroyed. You have to get lawyers, and it costs you I don't know how much money from a lawyer. And if she's telling the truth, something has to be done, and I'd like to get with her so we can do something about this, because a person can just come in and put an order of protection on you or can lie on you, and you have to spend money to correct it. And I can't even tell you the tears that I've shared and the lies that have been told and how it has affected me and my family.
I thank you so much. I really do. And the mayor receives that. And actually, we were just talking about this in terms of bottom line is you a whole lot of things. You're a personality, you're confident, you're a lot of things. You're no angel, but you are who you are. And you recognize that bottom line is that there are moments where you could have did things differently. You don't never get to speak to that.
She never says it, though.
In between the show, I'm just going to forecast it because I know some of you are going to call in about it's not a trip to Vegas. It was an economic development conference, right?
Correct.
That your entire board went to.
Yeah.
Right. But the foci is always you. Right. And I say that because the foci, you're the head honcho. Right. So that's undeniable. But the actions of what people did and didn't do and so on and so forth, you held accountable for that too. And that's where you draw the line. Right. So to hear her impede upon her story of protecting her character and just the financial strife it caused her as just a woman, I can only imagine the endless strife that continues to bombard you. Right. So I think that I want you to receive that because she's connecting with you on another level that ain't got nothing to do with the devil in the details of what you think people hear. People just seeing your story. So let's talk to Justin. Justin, what say you? Welcome to WVON.
Yes, good morning and happy MLK Day.
Same to you.
The man goes on to say about wanting to be a role model to our young people. But I'm wanting to know, her sleeping with a married man, is that a role model?
Oh my gosh.
So is that your fact or is that an allegation that you're spewing? Which is it, Justin?
It's a fact.
Thank you so much for that call.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. These people ain't playing with her. Okay. Ooh, I need to take a drink. Man. Okay. Let's see what she says. Let's hear what she says. Let's go.
You don't have to respond to that if you don't want to.
What?
So let's talk. Do you want to? Oh, you want me to? Okay, this is where people get it twisted at, right? Everybody's so engulfed in my life that they don't even know what's going on. Just like anybody else, if they go through a divorce, that means they can't date nobody. So people need to stop with the mess. If somebody still attached somebody and somebody won't let them go, how you feel that person can't still live their life? So people need to stop using words of because somebody's married or whatever. I've been with Kamal for 4 years. 4 years we've been together. He's been going through a divorce for 4 years. And anybody that's fighting a divorce or going through things that you're fighting with your ex, y'all know what I'm talking about. So people need to stop worrying about my personal life and judge me on government. That's what I'm here for. I'm not here for you to talk about my personal life. Because when we go home, when we talk to each other, guess what? It's me and him. It's nobody else's business. But yet everybody want to be in our business. I have a problem with that.
Do you think it's because you're a woman?
I do. Because if a man did, y'all wouldn't have a problem with it.
Y'all heard it here. Let's talk to Lena. Lena, welcome to WVON.
Hey, welcome. How y'all doing today?
We're good. Thank you so much.
I would like to say I am a Downton resident. I'm a long-time Downton resident. Ms. Mayor, I am not a senior citizen and I am not a youth. And I would like for you to at some point acknowledge those of us that are in between. We are people too. And I heard her ask you, where's the turnaround for you? What do you think you fall short at and how are you willing to fix things going forward? And I don't think you answered that. Now I'm going to ask you a question. I was one of those people that got denied for this homeowners grant that you said everybody qualified for to get new windows, they driveways fixed, and things of that nature. And then a day later, it turned around to be a senior veteran thing only. Miss Tiffany, if you're allowed to move forward, how you going to include us in the middle that's just like you, that's 40 years old too? What you gonna do?
One thing about Elena, that is a superb question. Thank you so much for that call because it's real. Let's answer, Superman.
So basically, with the grant, we made it for seniors and veterans first because they are on fixed incomes and they're the ones who are struggling. I'm not saying the most, but really the most because they don't have money to fix something
They
major
don't
like
have other disposable income.
correct. So that's what it was for. Now, the second grant that I pushed out, and of course the board controls the purse and stopped it, is to fix driveways, security doors, things of that nature. And that was for anybody. So when she say denied, no one denied anybody like
Because
that.
it hasn't moved forward.
It has not.
And
It
when
went nowhere.
let me magnify what the super mayor is saying. When she said control the purse, that's a political verbiage. She's talking about maintaining the fiscal budget and access to it, right? So, Lena, in other words, don't sit tight. Hold her accountable. And I'm saying this, well, she's looking me dead in my eyes, these big eyes of hers, because she's right. We are sandwiched in between, right? And often, Lena, I feel you, like most things is for the elderly and then the youth, and then the rest of us, we just own our own. It's not just a Dalton thing, and I'm not defending or negating, but to hold her accountable is to come up with something creative and innovative to capture the in-between. Are you willing to do that, Superman?
Of course I am, because think about it. I am a trendsetter. So everything I have produced, every town has mimicked. So if I wasn't doing something right, why are you mimicking my formula? So other people don't make them first, but I did in my community. Then when the board starts getting so much traction on helping everybody, they start to destroy. And that's
what she's referring to is name ID, guys. So in other words, you can try, you can duplicate it, but you can't run that. Okay. So listen, do you have time to stay with us through the rest of these calls? Because they're going to get big mad at me if you leave and you got like 4 more people. You got a
I
few.
can do one more.
Okay.
You said 10:30.
So yeah. So when we come back, I got to take a break. Jennifer, Dylan, Eddie, she may not be able to stay through the whole you did, but Art, we see you on the live line. The super mayor has been so gracious with her time. We thank her. So stay with us. We'll be back after this break.
All right. So, yeah, I think this is actually refreshing to hear some of the questions that are being asked by the people, because clearly she's not selling everybody. I'm trying to move this thing forward some without missing it. Clearly she's not able to weasel her way and slick talk her way out of the questions from the audience. Now, I wish she had just taken more questions, and because the host is not a good hostess, because she ain't pushing back. But I think she's going to end up having, you know what? I'm going to have to actually apologize. I take it back. She is not going to, Cleopatra Draper is not going to come back and say that she was wrong. Only guys do that, and she's not going to do that. She's not going to look at these things and say, Tiffany lied to me, Tiffany shanghaied me, whatever.
I'm Candace McCollum with an update on traffic and weather on the Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON.
Live from the Xfinity Studios.
Okay, I don't know what they're doing, but let's see. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun.
Okay, don't need that. All right, so if you're just jumping in, we're watching Tiffany Henyard, the mayor of Dalton, the supervisor of Thornton Township. She's on WVON, which is a news outlet in Chicago, radio outlet in Chicago. And so far, the conversation has been really unimpressive. And I think I hold the interviewer to task for that. These questions are super T-ball. These are not even hard. These are not difficult questions at all. There's not a lot of pushback. She talks her out of questions. She says, this is what how you should answer this, that, and other. And yeah, it's not working. It's not doing what she wants it to do, for sure. She might have a vision for how she wanted it to go, but it is not hitting at all. But I want to hear what y'all think. Make sure you comment in the chat. I'd love to hear what y'all think about it. Up there, back. Let's go.
And I am the host, Cleopatra Draper, live in the studio. She hanging tight, y'all. So for everybody thinks she running, she only running to come knock your door near you. If you live in Dalton, 8-mile radius. I got the super mayor, Thornton Township Supervisor Tiffany Henyard, also known as the mayor of Dalton. And we have been building up to a point where, you know, when folks are saying, where them hard questions at? It's nothing like facing the reality that you are seeking re-election.
I am.
And I think I've accepted from you that you are prepared to win or lose, but you're going to have to duke it out at the ballot box, right?
Oh yeah, I'm going to win. Hands down. Landslide.
Now, see, that confidence, it's some contagion, right? Now, if she falls short, then she's going to eat crow. You know, it's only one way to do this. Either you win or you lose. Ain't no in between. And I know you know that in your tenure in your career. Correct. And, you know, with the calls that we've taken thus far, I definitely see LaDonna Ray on the live line. So let's talk to LaDonna. Welcome to WVON.
Yes, good morning. And good morning, Cleopatra Draper. Congratulations, of course, Mayor Tiffany Henyard. I want to say that with respect, okay? Mayor Tiffany Henyard. I'm in your township, and I see your passion. I see your passion for our community. It's undeniable. It could use a little bit of polishing. I think that people take it the wrong way, as you can see. But who has offered to assist you? Everyone's ready to crucify, but like, who has offered to come out and help you? Like, I'm offering to come out and help you in any way you need, because there's so much good that can come from you being the mayor and the superintendent versus not being in that seat. You know what I'm saying? I'm happy to lend you whatever you need. And I think that everyone is waiting for the crucifixions of the questions and bring out the dirt. And it's so unfortunate because divided we fall and united we stand. We totally need someone with your passion. That can't be taught. With your heart, that can't be given.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. So that is true, right? Her energy is unmatched. You drank coffee today?
No.
So this is real.
Yeah.
I don't drink coffee, so this is real. And it's a natural fit. Now, how do you synergize and channel that for those that care about Dalton, as opposed to throw away the baby with the bathwater, right? So you got some infighting going on. That's noted. But yet and still, you ain't backing down.
Correct.
Right? And at the end of the day, it's up to the people to say yay or nay. And when folks did say nay to the recall, what did you say then?
I thanked them. I went door to door. I spoke to everybody, and I appreciate them for allowing me to continue what they started. They elected me. There's no way I should have been in a recall. I just got in office, and every single judge told.
That's not true. That's not true. They were recalled. She was recalled by the people, and then she took it to court. She didn't just, it wasn't the people just cast down the recall. She's not being honest.
Them that. But yet they went to every level, circuit court, appellate court, Supreme Court. Every one of them told them, no, we're not recalling Tiffany Henyard. And I did not get recalled. So I was able to keep my seat because remember, we just got in office, not 2 weeks in. My board was already bought before I even got settled. I didn't know what the light switches was or what none was in Village Hall to start the infighting. It was ridiculous. So after that, then they removed me off a bank account, which was illegal unconstitutional. I had to fight that for about a year in court. They put Jason and Allison, they walked into a bank branch, put Jason on the bank account, and removed the mayor of the town off the bank. Where's millions of dollars? That's why I said people don't know half the story. They just know what the news feed them, but you need to go chase the facts.
She said
and in doing so,
remember she said she's the executive branch, the legislative branch. She said she made it sound like she doesn't control the purse strings. Why are you worried about the bank then? Okay, never mind. Just asking questions. Draper should be asking better questions.
Guess what? I went on account for a whole year. So again, you keep saying Tiffany over this, Tiffany over that. That's not true. I don't deal with money. I don't move money. None of that's true. But this is the false information that's out there. And that leads me to this with Lori. She came and did a report. My board hired her. And when
she's talking about, y'all, listen, she's talking about the former mayor of the city of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot.
That y'all fired, right? Y'all said, get out of here. And y'all said y'all want Brandon Johnson, right? Okay, so why is she in my town? Why is she in Little Dalton? There's 23,000 residents fighting with me over whatever they think it is, right? The board hired her $400 an hour. That's what, $100 every 15 minutes to pay her and her staff, not just her and her staff, to come and do an investigation, right? If you got the feds there and all these people there, they trump everybody. So why are we paying money that y'all claim we don't have, number one, right? And then y'all ball her here for this political theater that you see going on, and then she give y'all a report. She give you a report with no substance, no information. She didn't itemize it. She didn't tell you what it is, but she wanted you to believe that I was the one spending or doing things. I'll give you a prime example. Amazon bill, they said they spent $40,000, right? And they alluded to, it's the mayor, it's Tiffany. Tiffany don't do nothing
in one day.
In one day, I don't do shit with credit cards, nothing.
Wow.
Nothing with credit cards, nothing with money at all. It just bothers me because it's just the lies they tell, and I start getting attacked, right? Off a lie. Like the lady said before, she's right. You get attacked, you gotta fight the lie, and you start telling them, I didn't do it. It's not me.
So what do you say to the trolls? Because I was gonna wait and see if you brought it up, but even down to your wardrobe, right? This is what kills me. So it was one picture where folks found an outfit that they found on Amazon and alluded that because of the 40,000 in one day, you went shopping.
Ridiculous.
And you saying that you didn't have access to the credit card?
I don't. It tells you, like everybody got Amazon accounts, right? It tells you who bought the item, when they bought the item, what the item is. Why did she tell y'all that? But I'm gonna tell you on this show today. On the show today, when I did my research, when I saw that fake report went out, that's why I don't trust nothing they say or people they bring in, because it's all geared to make one person look bad, to try to make them look good and cover up what they've been doing. And that's what I'm going to expose. On that one day, you know what they bought? Ice for the rink. Ice. That's what it was. I made Janice and Mike Smith when I was trying to point him.
Hold on. Did this woman just say that they bought $47,000 worth of ice from Amazon? Y'all, okay, I don't want to back it up, but I got to back that up. Y'all, please put an ice cube in the chat. Please put an ice cube in the chat, because your boy got to buy the Hellcat. I got to buy a Hellcat. Okay, y'all, hold on. Is she about to say that they bought $47,000 worth of ice? Y'all, please put an ice cube in the chat. Put Frosty the Snowman, put a snowflake. This woman is about to say, yo, Cleopatra Draper, I don't know you from a can of paint, but ma'am, you have got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding us. You got to be kidding us. Hold on. I can't even get myself ready for this. This is worse than yesterday. Y'all, who keeps doing this to me? Which one of y'all be doing this to Dear Woke Christian? Why y'all be doing this to your boy? This woman is about to tell us that they paid $47,000 for ice from Amazon. Now, y'all got to tell me that Amazon delivers ice. Y'all better tell me, y'all better go search on Amazon and tell me that Amazon delivers ice. I can't believe this. I cannot believe that she's about to do this. This is worse than Roland Martin video, actually. I think this one's worse. Because she is okay. All right. Y'all are a mess. Who sent me this video? Because somebody gonna have to look. I can't believe I can't. Okay, we got to do it. Okay. All right, let's go. I cannot believe this.
It's not me.
So what do you say to the trolls? Because I was gonna wait and see if you brought it up, but
I'ma slow it
even
down.
down to your wardrobe, right? This is what kills me.
Mhm.
So it was one picture where folks found an outfit that they found on Amazon and alluded that because of the 40,000 in one day,
Ridiculous.
you went shopping.
Ridiculous.
And you saying that you didn't have access to the credit card.
I don't. It tells you, like everybody got Amazon accounts, right? It tell you who bought the item, when they bought the item, what the item is. Why didn't she tell y'all that? But I'm gonna tell you on this show today.
Look at her
On
face.
the show today, when I did my research, when I saw that fake report went out, that's why I don't trust nothing they say or people they bring in, because it's all geared to make one person look bad, to try to make them look good and cover up what they've been doing. And that's what I'm going to expose. On that one day, you know what they bought? Ice for the rink. Ice. That's what it was. I made Janice and Mike Smith, when I was trying to appoint him as my assistant and my VA and all that, I had them go do the research for me and tell me what those items were. And they came back, and that's what it said, ice. And the ice is for the rink, where you put the little pieces down and have ice so they can ice skate. That's what it was for. But yet they alluded to, I went shopping, I bought this, I did that.
Y'all, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. Y'all can't see it. For the love of Christmas. All right, that's okay. I'm gonna have to bring it back anyway. I gotta bring it back. How did I? Y'all, I'm sorry. This lady deserves all of this smoke. Cleopatra, I hope people really tell her, ma'am, you got played.
Have access to the credit card.
I don't. It tells you, like everybody got Amazon accounts, right? It tell you who bought the item, when they bought the item, what the item is. Why didn't she tell y'all that? But I'm gonna tell you on this show today. On the show today, when I did my research, when I saw that fake report went out, that's why I don't trust nothing they say or people they bring in, because it's all geared to make one person look bad, to try to make them look good and cover up what they've been doing. And that's what I'm going to expose. On that one day, you know what they bought? Ice for the rink. Ice. That's what it was. I made Janice and Mike Smith, when I was trying.
Okay, so here's a question then. Here's a question. Who bought the ice, whether they're tiles or they bought ice cubes or ice shavings? Who bought it? Who swiped the card? Who inputted this stuff? Who did it? See, Cleopatra needs to ask better questions. I don't know what her kingdom is looking like, but she needs to ask way better questions. Where is the statement? That's a great point. Where is the research? If you found this and it's not true, you could put it up on your website. You can put it up on a podcast. You can share it right here, and it would blow the whole thing up, especially since Lori is about to bring that report next week. That's all you got to do. Y'all, did they buy it? Is she saying that Janice and Mike Smith bought it, or they did the research? Y'all, this is diabolical. Shame on this host, though, for real.
Trying to appoint him as my assistant and my VA and all that, I had them go do the research for me and tell me what those items were. And they came back, and that's what it said, ice. And the ice is for the rink, where you put the little pieces down and have ice so they can ice skate. That's what it was for. But yet they alluded to, I went shopping, I bought this, I did that. Not true. All fake.
So it was one purchase.
It was
And this ice skating rink, was it in the town?
It's for Dalton. It's Dalton.
Okay.
But they bought ice. That's what it was. That's what the money was
I
for.
ain't read that nowhere, so you got that here.
Yeah. So I wanted to give you that little piece of information because I'm doing my report too. So when I put my facts out in my report of my own, because I'm going to get facts, they just give you a fake story just to make you look over here, but you should really be looking over here. It's just a distraction to make a person do something.
Jennifer, let's take your call real quick. Welcome to WVON.
Good morning. Good morning, Cleopatra, and happy MLK Day. I was listening to Tiffany when she said that the people fired themselves. My question to Tiffany is, why would she fire a sexual assault victim that was sexually assaulted, allegedly, by one of her trustees in Dalton? He is yet working but she fired the victim. My question to her is, why would she fire a victim and keep a predator on the payroll?
Okay. Oh, I got to stop before she even gets started. Look at Tiffany's face. I'm going to back up. Y'all, I don't want to do this. I'm not going to keep us super long, but I'm going to back up us a little bit. Watch Tiffany's body language. Let me get myself out of the way. Get out of the way, man. Get out of the way. Look at Tiffany's body language and watch how the host is chomping at the bit to jump in here and say something. She is anxious to say something. So let me just back up just a little smidgen. Just watch the body language, watch the facial expressions and the such. Okay, here it comes.
That here.
Yeah. So I want to give you that little piece of information because I'm doing my report too. So when I put my facts out in my report of my own, because I'm going to get facts, they just give you a fake story just to make you look over here, but you should really be looking over here. It's just a distraction to make a person do something.
Jennifer, let's take your call real quick. Welcome to WVON.
Good morning. Good morning, Cleopatra, and happy MLK Day. I was listening to Tiffany when she said that the people fired themselves. My question to Tiffany is, why would she fire a sexual assault victim that was sexually assaulted allegedly by one of her her trustees in Dalton? He is yet working, but she fired the victim. My question to her is, why would she fire a victim and keep a predator on the payroll?
Now, Jennifer, before I let you go, I do want to, for those that are listening, I want to magnify alleged because he has not been found guilty, correct?
I said allegedly.
I know that, but when you said a sexual predator, you're still putting him as though he is, and he has not been found guilty yet, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, because I want to be mindful as a mother of two Black boys. When we talk about this Black man and this Black woman and the word allegation, until he's found guilty, I won't allow us to call him a sexual predator until I see the results of the finding of the jury of his peers. And I think that's only fair. So I thank you for your call. And she's going to respond, but I needed to contextualize that.
So you should ask her, why is her husband stalking me? Why I'm in court with her husband stalking me at Hooters? Come in the window, peeping Tom stuff. Like, this what I'm dealing with. You got all them haters on there. That's all haters.
Not one.
I can tell you every last one of them. That's why I say, so when I talk, I be want to talk
to is, like, let me break it down. Supermare can see the names, right? And she's correlating some of the experiences. And I want you to answer, because we talked about this real briefly before we go to break. Andrew Holmes was in play before you got there, correct?
He was already a trustee.
That's what I mean.
He came in with Riley Rogers as a trustee.
Riley Rogers was the mayor when you were installed as a trustee.
Mm-hmm.
So he was already there.
Mm-hmm.
And then the pressing question is clear. Why retain him and then you clip her? We could talk about that on the other side if you're able to. But at the end of the day, I want to contextualize. At times in America, we will pursue as though folks are guilty before they're proven innocent. And until that man is proven guilty, I want us to contextualize what allegedly means. And it's not to dismiss that young lady, I promise you, but it is to bring some equity to the space of what the seriousness of the nature is, and then how you are in the middle of it, per usual, Superman. So when we come back, she'll answer that. And then I got to let her go, y'all. She got to go to work. She got to go knock some doors. And she got to go try to earn support where she can, because she's not backing down. She said she ain't quitting. I asked a hard question. Y'all going to have to fire her when we come back.
You're listening.
Look at her body language. Look at her body language. She's angry. She is mad. Look at her. She's not laughing. She's not kikiing. She is upset. She does not like that question, and she does not want to have to answer. I guarantee you, she is going to come up with some half-baked. And look at her body posture. We need to get the body language expert on this channel to look at this, because this is very different. And again, no shade. No, I'm sorry. I don't think the host is doing a good job. I'm sorry. She should not. We already know what allegedly means. We don't need to be schooled on allegedly. That's not a big deal. I'm not trying to say that, like, again, everybody shouldn't say that. You don't have to say allegedly after every sentence that you speak. We already know. If you already kind of gave the alleged, then it's already kind of there. So I don't think that that's a good point. But Okay, see how her body language changed with that woman? Right, that's changed. Yeah, she need to go stretch that out a little bit. So yeah, I am underwhelmed, to say the very least, about this. And again, so she's gonna bring her back. I'm gonna go on a limb and say she probably is not gonna answer that question. She's gonna probably not answer it. She's gonna say she can't answer a private personnel matter. That's exactly what she's gonna probably say. Because she doesn't want to. You can see from her body language, she's extremely perturbed by that. It is it's a sad a sore spot, if you will, in her mind. She's not going to answer that question. If she answers that question, I will be very surprised, extremely surprised. Just like I'm not surprised she didn't answer that question on Kamal. Yeah, these hard questions coming from the callers, the questions have been actually pretty refreshing. She's just not being held responsible to answer them. She's definitely given duck and cover, because the interview didn't need to happen. She could have literally just said, "Hey, we got the super mayor, answer questions, taking calls." That's what I think she could have did from the whole time, because the questions she asked are softball at best, snowball at worst, softball at best. I don't know, softball's kind of hard. You got my point though. Yeah, she might be. Maybe she's upset about that part, but she's trying to get herself together. She's trying to get her amp herself back up and such like that. And yeah, I am not under impressed. I am very surprised as well, because they are giving their question before they're telling them what the question is. So they already know, they can see it on the screen what the question is before the person calls in. It's like, "Hey, thank you for calling. What's your name and what's your question?" "Hey, my name is Dear Will Christian. I want to know why you got that bad wig." Well, they might say that question can't get in. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Okay, no, she's still talking off screen. I'm telling you, man, Tiffany's gonna buy me a Hellcat. Okay, I'm still having some issue with my camera, so I'm gonna have to, when we get done, I'll have to jump back in. Let's go. Here it comes. Nope, don't want to get a copy. Like, Tiffany does not look happy. She looks upset right here.
And we are back. You are listening to the Midday Show, and I'm wrapping up with the Superman. And she ain't bragging, but she does have a resume, and that resume is delivering constituent services. That's undeniable, right? So the show between the show is based off facts, right? So I'm reading, one of the deficits may be for services, but when you haven't had trees pruned in 30 years, I mean, either you gonna do it or you're gonna be out. So one thing we know about any elected office, are you performing the roles and responsibilities of that office to sustain your seat? And the biggest thing in your domain and in your world is constituent services, right? So, as we're calling in and, we're talking about some of the issues, I want us to understand a big cloud that hovers over the super mayor's head is the rain of gossip. It's some hot tea. But just because it came out the air don't mean it is water. It might be pissing. You ain't even know it, and you just basking in it because they told you it was rain. And that's what I think in translation she's saying. Like, it's not even where you're getting it. Is it rooted? So even the previous calls, we're talking about the battles and the ups and downs of Andrew Holmes. He is yet to even be charged. Right. So it's not to negate the possibilities of what transpired. I'm not here to speak to that. As a woman, I acknowledge that whatever it is, let him be judged by a jury of his peers and let that young lady be made whole. Right. And whatever that looks like, how does it involve the super mayor? And the bottom line is, she led the trip to a economic business development conference that her entire body went to, because the opportunities are endless that you can bring back resources to Dalton. So I think sometimes when I'm contextualizing what transpired and what's the big picture, it does drill down to a few things. Tiffany, you tell me if you agree. Personally, do you like me?
What?
Politically, do you respect me? And then from a campaign standpoint, do you support me? And some of them boxes are going to be skewed, right? You may like how I get things done, but you may not like how I do it. You may like what I'm doing, but you may not like what I say. And we see that from the top of the ticket, whether it was Kamala running to
what
our governor, to the mayor of the city of Chicago, and then we see the super mayor. And a lot of people may not like your way of doing things.
Wow.
So when I did ask, if you fell short of the glory, how are you showing up different? What is your answer?
So my answer is basically being more, I want to say more accessible, because I am more, how can I say it? They got more access to me than ever. Like, I want people to come more to conversation with the mayor, things of that nature, to talk about whatever their issues are, instead of allowing the media to tell them what our issues are in our town. I'm at your door, I'm on your phone, I'm on your radio waves, so you can always hear my point of view. But if you guys don't meet me in the middle, we'll never be able to unify. And that's my goal for my community. I want to heal my community. I want to apologize to my community for all the negativity that's going on, all the hurt behind the drama, which was bought by my board to my city, because I would never put a black eye on Dalton. I love Dalton too much for that. Everybody stays there that I love and care about. So why would I make it bad for them, or let alone my residents? So I just want people to understand that part from me. I'm hurt by all the people attacking me. It's a lot.
But what I took away from that is that you apologized to the city of Dalton. So for those that can hear, right?
Yo, this is grimy work, y'all. Instead of allowing her to answer that question and explain, because she makes it sound like no dictator ever looks out for themselves. Like, oh, a dictator just it just invariably goes bad and it's not really their fault. No, it's their policies that make things go bad, and they themselves are capitalizing on it and enjoying the benefits and fruit of it. I'm sorry, y'all. Okay. I'm just gonna get out of here. Shout out to everybody in the right. Let her answer her own question. Sorry about that. Yeah, she's not letting her answer that question. And I don't think she is. I don't think she's gonna have to answer that question. I don't think that the Andrew Holmes question is going to be answered. I don't think so. I hope I'm wrong.
And feel at the end of the day, you're gonna make your decisions. And this is not to be pro or for or against you. It was to give you a platform to be heard, because some of the details, this tea you was spilling, we ain't gonna read it nowhere. And you got it authentically from the Superman.
Where's the receipts,
right? So for all the calls that are coming in, we definitely appreciate it. I want to acknowledge your time.
Thank you.
And I want to welcome you to talk about your reelection. What does that look like for you? And then what do you take Dalton from here?
It's actually looking great. My numbers are up. That's why they continuing with the smear campaign, unfortunately. We door knock, talk to people every single day. I still have a lot of love and support in Dalton. And that's what people don't show. I think people should interview those that do love Supermayor, and not just all the hate that they spill on the internet and on the news. Pretty much the election is February 25th. That's the primary. And then early voting is February 10th through the 24th. And it's at South Suburban College and also Calumet City Library. I am number 1 on the board. Thank you. On the ballot, I'm number 1. So you punch 1 for Supermayor Tiffany Henyard. I'm running Tanika Hughes for clerk. She's punch 4. And
hey, real quick, everybody. I don't care about this political shenanigans. Shout out to Horns fan 64 who asked, can you please share the link to this video? I'd love to give Cleo some constructive feedback, LOL. Here is the link right here. Can y'all just real quick click on it and make sure it actually works? I don't want to be giving out bad links, but I want to make sure y'all can. And read the comments. The comments are not very favorable to this young lady, to the host. They're calling the garbage. They have the odor of mendacity. They know it. And she smoothed right past that question. I told you she was not going to answer that question. She smoothed right past it. And I bet you if we could read lips, during that commercial break, she probably said, "Girl, I ain't gonna answer that question. You better come up with something else." And she said, "Okay, got you. Okay, let's get done."
Then my ticket is Jocelyn King, Vanessa West Coast, and Linda Terrell. They're at the bottom of the ballot for trustee. And I believe their numbers are 9, 10, 11, but they're at the very end.
Oh, so you done picked up the women.
Yeah, I got an all women's slate, all women's ticket.
So listen, so we're gonna have
All
to have you
women.
back because as it thickens, I'm sure the plot will thicken.
Yeah.
But I see that you are uplifting women.
Yes.
And that's what we're going to carry this conversation to, because as a Black woman being ousted from the boys club, I think you done created your own girls club.
I have to, because you got to pass the baton. It's too many times that people keep us on mute and we could be on their side, but we can't, behind them, but we can't be on the side. We can't lead with them.
Tell me how to keep up with you.
So you can follow me on Tiffany Henyard, Facebook, and also you can call us, but I don't get my number out.
There it is. There it is. Well, you got it, guys. You gonna come back to WVON?
Definitely.
Okay,
I'll
well,
be
excellent,
back.
excellent. So you heard it here. You got to have an exclusive with the Super Mayor. Stay with us. We'll be back after this break.
Yeah.
All right, if she walks out, I'm gonna call it a game. But it looks like she's gonna probably leave. Yo, that was grimy.com. That host, man, that is, I'm sorry. You literally gave her duck and cover. Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Horns fan. Thank you so much. Man, you gave her duck and cover on that. Wow. You did not even hold her accountable to even remotely answer that question. Like, they getting out of there now. Wow. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see what she says when you come back.
Dang, you got to run on and see what the end is going to be. Only you can do that. So I had a very positive interview that I want to take a moment to share with you that Shapiro is going to cue up as we are celebrating the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King today.
Okay, so she's not talking about anything particular pertaining to Tiffany Henyard. But yeah, check out the link. I'm going to drop it one more time in the chat. Y'all, thank you so much. It means a lot that y'all rocked with me. Thank you so much for asking about this. And whoever sent it to me, shame on you, because now I'm going to have to fight you. I'm going to put you in 0-second timeout. This is craziness. Man, this is bad. I really don't think I really hope that Tiffany Henyard goes back and watches some of these interviews. She was on like the Angela Yee show, of course, the Roland Martin. I think she needs to go back and actually listen to and see. And I think these hosts need to go and listen and see just what's going on in these interviews and whether or not, and other interviews, and whether or not they got hornswoggled, because she got tricked. But I think she was a willing participant. She willingly got tricked in this. But man, this is craziness. Oh my goodness. Okay, so yeah, that was insane. So I'm going ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and come back. Wait, did somebody say they could buy ice? Somebody talking about buying bags of ice. Somebody sent me a link about buying bags of ice. Okay, so you can buy bags of ice on on whatever this place is called, Amazon. That would be still crazy. Like, this is bags of ice, like, to put in your drinks. Like, you're not skating on this. I'm sorry. That woman just straight lied. I don't care. I don't care what you say. Like, you can buy bags of ice. Hold on one second. Let me share with y'all so you can see. I guess you can buy bags of ice on Amazon. That's crazy. Shout out to Jeff. Jeffrey got you some bags of ice, man. You want some ice? You get you a bag of ice. But that's like for your drink. There's no way you're using that. And that's what she was describing. There's no way. So, okay, you can get 5, basically a ton of ice for $73. That's craziness. Oh, I'm sorry, 10-pound bags. Yeah, 10. That's insane. She wants us to believe that that's what she was buying. That's not ice for an ice rink. But is that not what she described though? Isn't that what she described? Y'all, this woman be playing in these folks' face. and she want and I just am I'm still floored that that host didn't even let her answer that question. Oh, I'm very surprised. Well, you know what? I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised, Blankenship, because I've actually heard her say that before. So there's nobody in antiquity that's off limits to Tiffany. There's nobody. She'll call herself Shakespeare. She'll call herself Machiavelli. She'll call herself uh, Henry Ford. It doesn't matter. There's nobody in antiquity that she's not accessible to. Yo, y'all are wild. So her and Fonnie was gonna get together. Like Tiff was gonna bring the ice. Fonnie got the Grey Goose. There you go. Do y'all put ice in spirits? I don't know. Because what Grey Goose is a vodka. Do you put ice in it? I don't think you put ice in it, do you? No, she kept saying ice, but she said the things that you lay down and connect. Okay, so let me see. Okay, ice rink tiles. Let's see. Maybe that's it. Okay, let's go with that. Okay, so there is something. Let's bring this on. I like that, Miss Davis. Thank you so much. And there is something that maybe could count for it, and it's these ice rink tiles. Okay, this is my only question though. This is my only question. Who bought it? Who bought it? If this is what she was describing, okay. It looks like some tiles that go down, dry land flooring tiles, synthetic ice panels. Okay. If that's what she was saying, and you know what? Let's be fair. Let's give her the benefit of the doubt. Who bought it though? Does she want us to believe that the trustees bought it for an ice rink that they don't like, they don't want, they don't want to support? Why would they buy it? The only person that, as far as I understand, Tiffany is the only one that allows people to use the ice rink. So you can't rent the ice rink to use it for your own birthday party. It has to be approved through Tiffany. So who bought the ice for the ice rink? I'm just wondering. That's all I'm saying. Who bought it? Because that's going to make a big difference. Because if the trustees bought it, like, okay, skating rink kit. Oh, this is the kit. Yeah, this is it right here. So if she wants us to believe that the bought it, then why are they pretending like they didn't know? What's the square footage of the ice rink? I don't know. I have no idea. I have no clue. But this right here is like if I bought 10 boxes, it would be 216 square feet, which would be 1,000. Like, what's the typical? Let's just do. See what I'm saying? Like this, even at the 47,000. Let's just say she bought these. This is basically $13,000 for 10 boxes at 26. I'm sorry, rather 216 square feet. That still doesn't add up. I don't know the average square footage of a college hockey rink, because I don't know if it's a professional rink or an Olympic rink. So we'll just use college. So a college rink a college rink is 17,000 square feet. A college rink is 17,000 square feet. So let's just take 17,000 divided by 216, and we'll get what? 78. So let's just say 79. So that means 79 boxes to make that court. 79 times 13,000 will give you $102,700. So if what she said was true, and they were buying these, it would take to do an Olympic style or college style hockey ring, it would be $102,700. Just quick, easy, dirty math to do these boxes. Okay. Like, that's what she wants that woman to believe. Because the way she described it sounded like she was talking about ice cubes. I ain't gonna even lie. But if she was talking about these panels, these tiles, that still doesn't work. Like, it doesn't work. Like, are we to believe that? I kind of want to look and see if they've if the ice rink is hold on one second. All right, let's see something real quick. Okay. I'm looking to see the ice rink. Okay, so real quick, I'm gonna bring this in and show y'all. That looks like, I don't know what that is. I don't know what the woman is. Back up. All right, so here they are building this ice rink, the Just Ice ice rink. Let's see what they're talking about.
We're working with the construction people to build Dalton up. Some place where children can come and play, parents can come and sit and watch their children have fun. There's no need to go outside of Dalton when we have the resources to build Dalton. Dalton is on the move. Stay tuned.
Okay, I don't want that music. They love bringing that music in. Okay, so they're building a building, but I want to see what the concrete looks like, or the flooring. Okay, well, all right, that was it. I'm not gonna keep. I'm gonna go on a limb and say that this is still some. It's cap, as the kids like to say. It's cap. All right, that's just cap. I don't care what anybody says. All right, but all right, we started out looking at Trump's acceptance speech as well as his post acceptance speech. Then we jumped over here and looked at Tiffany Henyard in this interview, which is crazy. I can't believe it, man. Yeah, I'm looking here. I listen on Tune In. Okay. All right. So I'm looking at I'm gonna see how this works out, but I want to say thank y'all so much to every one of y'all. Thank you. I have no idea why my camera's acting crazy, but we're gonna have to start over again. So I will tomorrow is Tuesday. I'm gonna try to be ready for tomorrow and bring it on back, and let's have a great show. I'm probably need to pick up some I need to order something from Amazon. That's what I need to do. That's what needs to happen. But we're gonna see what happens. Everybody, I want to say thank you again for not only for rocking with me, not only for hanging in there, but for supporting the channel. Thank you, every last one of y'all that have rocked with me and hung out tonight. This was a lot of fun. Also, want to say thank you to everybody who subscribed. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. If you don't mind, let me know if you have any other things that you want me to look at. Lots of you all have been sending me some fantastic articles and things of that nature. A lot of these things that we talked about came from emails. So I want to drop that. And also want to say thank you to all of the members. You all really make this channel grow. You make this channel thrive and this community very vibrant. And I want to say thank you so much. I appreciate it. My email is right here. Y'all in this ice, man. Yo, please tell me that y'all find. If somebody does the research and finds out the square footage of the Just Ice ice rink in Dalton, and of course, do they have ice or do they have tiles? Because that would make a big difference. I would love to know. That's going to be crazy. But I want to say thank you again, everybody. All right, I'm going to take the time and take apart this camera and figure out why it's not working right. Otherwise, I got to order a new camera, and I don't want to do that. But I appreciate y'all. Thank you to all the new members. By the way, shout out to Ron. Thank you so much for the $2 super. Thank you so much, Mitchell, for joining us, Mr. Mitchell Tay. And thank you, Mandy, for blessing 5 people to become new members of the best live chat on the internet. Thank you very much. And of course, Miss Mandy's been a member her own self for like 6 months. So we kept her around for half a year. Hopefully keep you around for more, for sure. But everybody, thank you so much for your support of the channel. Thank you so much for all that we're doing over here. Tomorrow is Tuesday, so we'll probably jump into some Dalton. I got some other fun stuff I want to talk about, so we'll make sure that you know ahead of time what we're going to be doing. So thank you all so much, and until next time, everybody, grace and peace. Take care.
Hit that like for Deal Christian. Yo, for Deal Christian, smash that bell for DWC. Yo, smash it, just smash it. Hit that like for Deal Christian. For Deal Christian, smash that bell for DWC. Yo, smash it, just smash it. Hit that like for Deal Christian.